Hi, I'm Ros Bates, Queensland's Employment and Training Minister. A warm Queensland welcome, everyone, wherever you're visiting us from across Australia. This year, our great state has the honour of hosting the WorldSkills Australia 2025 National Championships and Skills Show. It's fitting that this is the largest national event in WorldSkills Australia's 44-year history. Queensland is a proud skills powerhouse, home to some of the best and brightest students, apprentices and trainees in the nation. We know that with the right skills, a world of opportunity awaits, and that's why we're investing in a stronger, more skilled future. In 2024-25, we are making a $1.5 billion investment in skills and training. We're backing our trainers, our teachers and employers. This is just part of the reason why Queensland is a great state to work, live and play. With more than 60 skills on show this week, I know the competition will be fierce. This is a fantastic state against state skills battle like no other, as everyone goes for gold and a chance to join our skilleroos in Shanghai for the World Championships. Good luck as Queensland brings you the WorldSkills Australia National Championships for 2025.
Hi everyone, Trevor Swanky here. I'm at the last bump-in day of the 2025 National Championships and Skills Show. Everything is looking really busy. You can hear the noise in the background. There's lots of activity going on. It's about 3 hours out from the opening ceremony where we're going to welcome 600 young competitors from across Australia. And this afternoon they're going into familiarisation where they get used to their work area. They have a look and talk about the competition that's going to happen. Have a bit of a break tonight, and then 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, there'll be competition starting right across this venue. We're expecting 16,000 young school students and teachers from across the Brisbane metropolitan area, together with the general public. It's going to be very, very busy in here. I hope you can get to come and have a look. If you don't, make sure you follow us in channel WSA. I look forward to telling you more about the competition as the week goes on. Cheers for now.
TAFE Queensland's really looking forward to being part of the National WorldSkills competition in mid-June this year. I have to say, look, it's really a no-brainer for us to be involved in this because for us at TAFE Queensland, we're all about skills and equipping our students with the best possible skills to set them up for a great career in whatever industry group they're in. And WorldSkills is very much aligned with that. In fact, it takes it even a bit further. Because as a training provider, we need to be focused on getting students to a level of competency. But of course, WorldSkills is about taking that further to the levels of excellence, which I think is a fantastic thing for us to be associated with. And that's why we're making every effort to get our people involved, to be supporting as judges, as mentors, as supporters generally for this exciting WorldSkills competition in mid-June this year. I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to having many of our staff go along and see a national competition. I distinctly remember when I first saw a national WorldSkills competition, it turns the switch on or it makes you realise exactly what this is all about. And that's an enduring thing past the competition. Our teachers, for example, will take forward what they've observed in those competitions as new technology, engagement with new technology, or engagement with competitors that have achieved at the level of excellence. As I said, that's an enduring thing and will be something that will stay with them, no doubt, for years. I think for us in TAFE Queensland as the largest training organisation in the state, the benefits are plain to see. And I'd encourage any RTO, any training organisation to get on board and get involved because the benefits to our students that we are currently the custodians of the training system in our state, but the beneficiaries of our custodianship are those students. So for any RTO to get involved and be associated with the whole concept of competency and excellence, really for me is a no-brainer.
I'm with Brent Canane, the General Manager of TAFE Queensland Brisbane Region. Brent, WorldSkills is finally come to Brisbane, the National Championships and Skills Show. It's fantastic. It's just across the road from one of your campuses. What does it mean for your region to be involved in WorldSkills?
It's a really exciting time, Trevor. The
opportunity for our students to get exposure to the WorldSkills experience. Just across the road there's no better opportunity for them. No better opportunity for our staff as well. We've got some wonderful educators who have been involved in WorldSkills for many years, the likes of Carol Costa, Deb Smith, all wonderful educators, wonderful mentors to all those students, and an opportunity for them to do it in their home state. It just makes it even more exciting for them.
And you've had some great success over the last few years with the Australian team and making Skillooroos and having some of your educators actually represent Australia, which is fantastic.
Yeah. Deb in particular was one of the mentors that went to Leon, and she had a really great experience, a really good time. In fact, she had a bit of long service leave when she come back. She had that good a time. But again, wonderful opportunity with the likes of our Ellie and our hospitality team. We had representatives across fashion as well last time. And even our colleagues at Skills Tech had representation as well. So it's just a wonderful experience for them to showcase Australian skills to the world.
So you've got a lot of students here. What does it mean to have them to actually have the opportunity to go across and see that as well?
I think it'll create aspiration in people. We'll be encouraging all of our students to get across the road, have a look at what skills excellence is all about, with the hope that they can then take that forward in their own training journey. But to have it right there, literally 300-metre walk from where we're standing today, creates the best opportunity available to showcase skill.
It's certainly nice and close this time around, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ben?
absolutely.
And it's good to see so many Queenslanders. I'm not sure the exact number that are participating this year, but I know there's a lot of Queenslanders that will be in the national championships. I'm sure you'll be looking forward to seeing some good results at the end of that.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know the exact number myself. I think it's well north of 100.
Yeah.
I thought somewhere around 160 was my number, but I don't want to be quoted. But yeah, that opportunity for those guys to get out there, win medals, and see Queensland well represented on the national stage is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, look, I just want to personally thank you and your staff for your contribution to making this happen. It wouldn't happen without the work of the staff, the volunteers. I know there's so many people assisting us, with the equipment and the things we need to be able to make that the significant showcase that it will be. So please pass on to your staff through whatever communications you got. Our thanks again. And I know it's going to be a fantastic event.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, and the staff really get engaged. They're all volunteers in this particular type of activity. They love it. They do it because they love it, and they see the outcomes for their students. So,
great. Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Cheers. Hi, everyone. I'm with Steve Gates, the General Manager of Skill Tech, which is part of TAFE Queensland. Looks after all the trades across Brisbane. Maybe tell us a little bit about Skill Tech first, Steve.
So Skills Tech, unique part of TAFE Queensland. We look after all the trade and technical training. 4 locations at Bracken Ridge, Eagle Farm, Alexandra Hills, and our big super centre at Acacia Ridge.
I've seen it. For those that haven't been there, it's a wonderful place. Maybe through an open day or something like that, if you get the opportunity to go and have a look. It is truly amazing. And I've seen a lot of different centres around the world, but it is state-of-the-art and top-notch.
Yeah,
Must be pretty proud of it.
It is. We're very, very lucky to have it. So down at Acacia Ridge, probably around 1,200 apprentices on site each day. And I was so lucky the other day we walked our new minister around and there was 4 WorldSkills competitors that she got to meet. So always WorldSkills competitors buzzing around, training and doing their thing.
So you're involved in WorldSkills and in a pretty big way out there. There's a lot of your staff that have been doing it for many years. Why do they do it? Why do you do it? Why do you support it?
Well, I think they just love seeing the students succeed and showcasing their talent. They do form a unique bond. There's something about the bond between an educator and a student. And when they see someone that's just got that extra special spark, that really inspires them to want to do more with them. And WorldSkills probably provides the perfect platform for that, where we can, take these apprentices from good to great and put them in that competitive environment.
And it's going to be pretty good at the Brisbane Convention Exhibition Centre this year. Seeing, we talked about 600 competitors. Queensland's going to have a pretty big team there. It's going to be pretty exciting to go and look for the maroon shirts and to see how they're going over the 3 days.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to it. All the final training preparations are in place. You walk down to any of our training areas at the moment, there's competitors there with their experts,
Do you want a bit of secret training in there?
Yeah, I can't share too much, Trevor, but
No,
we're getting ready, don't worry.
Secret's safe in Queensland. I do go to other states, but I say the same thing there as well, mate.
Yeah.
It's good to see that there's so much commitment and passion being put into it. Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve, and all of your staff for their commitment to making this year a reality. I mean, it's been 15 years since we've been back in Queensland for a national competition. I know a lot of your staff are putting in a lot. We're taking a lot of stuff out of the place, which slows down the productive work out there, but I know there's a lot of productive things that'll be happening there. So if you could pass on through your communication channels our thanks, and I guess everyone else's thanks, because without you guys helping and supporting, it just wouldn't happen at all.
Yeah, no worries, Trevor. It's a pleasure to be involved. We always say what's good for WorldSkills Australia is good for TAFE Queensland, and the more we can promote skills excellence, that's got to be a good thing for everyone.
Thanks, mate. I'm looking forward to having a walk around with you. Cheers.
Thank you.
My name's David Payne, and I'm the event manager for the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships in Brisbane, an event that began its planning in September 2023, following our previous national championships. This may sound like a long time, but when we consider the liaison with venues, TAFE Queensland partners, as well as many others, I really would have enjoyed a few more weeks if I could have had them. Following all the preparation in the lead up to the competition behind the scenes in the office, we finally get on site at 6 a.m. on the Monday morning, and we have 2.5 days to be fully operational, ready for the competitors to take their familiarisation on the Wednesday at 1 p.m. The aim of the familiarisation period is for the competitors to get used to their workspaces and the equipment, whilst also doing some tests so that they have time in the evening to fix any faults prior to the competition on the Thursday morning. As you can imagine, 16 hair dryers all turning on at the same time can create quite a few issues. Thank you very much to our hairdressers. With 63 skills, there's a vast amount of equipment required, especially when we consider that we need to set up individual workshops within each of these skills. The BCEC is bare before we get there, so we really do bring in every piece of equipment. Not including all the food items, electrical equipment or rigging, there are approximately 4,000 different line items required to get the competition running. When you take into account that if there are 16 competitors, there may be 16 of each line item, there are quite a few pieces coming in, and we won't start counting the individual bricks, as there are about 10,000 kilograms of bricks provided for the competition. What's great is that over the years, we've really been working hard on our sustainability model, and there are a few main topics that we're working with the BCEC on closely this year. The four main pillars of this sustainability program are reducing, offsetting, inspiring, and advancing, with the main areas of focus for us in 2025 being around reducing and inspiring. Reducing is quite easy in numerous ways. Just to give you an example with the bricks, a lot of these will be utilised for road base after the competition, with some heading back for TAFE for training for the 2026 regionals. We've also brought in reusable water bottles for judges and competitors, whilst we also look to donate the food waste to TAFE for use in their cafeterias and for training. In terms of inspiring, we really do have a great platform to do this, and we ask all of our partners to look to provide newer, more green equipment to showcase to our apprentices to hopefully help those take those practices into industry. So I've told you all about the equipment, but I'm sure you wonder how it all comes together, and no, it's not all me. Although we have a head office team of 11, which has grown in preparation for the event, we have numerous people working behind the scenes to get this all up and running. Depending on where you want to start, we also have our state and territory managers, as well as regional coordinators, working with us throughout the years to ensure the lead up to the Nationals is a smooth one. Now, where the magic really happens is from our fantastic volunteers, who work tirelessly throughout the 2-year cycle leading up to our Nationals within each state, who work really hard to run the regional competitions and get all of our 600 national competitors to the competition. We actually had 172 competitors across 743 regional competitions. So congratulations to all those competitors who made it here to Brisbane. At the Nationals themselves, we have around 270 volunteers, including judges, skill managers, conveners, and day judges, all who play an integral role in the process. I can't explain every role and how they each work, but I'm sure if you hop onto the WorldSkills website and Flickr account, we'll probably be able to show you just how many people are involved. With all these people and all this equipment, I'm sure you can imagine just how much space we require to set this all up. A lot of focus this year has been placed on increasing competitor numbers and putting skills into shifts, whilst utilising a similar floor space to our 2023 event. In 2025, we have almost 600 competitors who will take over 13,775 square metres, whilst in 2023, there were 470 competitors in the same area. Also remembering that we are partnering with the Careers Expo, we have an additional hall that takes up to 6,125 square metres. So that's 20,000 square metres overall. For our AFL lovers, that's the same size as an AFL game at the MCG, or for NRL fans, that's over 2 pitches of Suncorp Stadium. It's been a busy build-up, but a lot of people keep asking me what I'm most looking forward to in the event. And if I'm honest, I really can't wait for the event ending and bump out finishing so I can have a 2-week rest before we prepare for the next one. No, in all seriousness, the WorldSkills family is a pretty vast one. And having been here for a few years now, it's great to see some of the team from around the country again. It's also a great opportunity to meet some new faces. And Nationals is hard to picture until you've been here and done it. So it's great to welcome people into the team.
Well, our vision is to elevate and enhance the reputation of industry careers. So we couldn't be more excited about the partnership with WorldSkills. Our focus is on technically talented young people, finding their fit and loving what they do. So the alignment between both of our organisations is absolutely perfect. One of our company values is to contribute authentically. We recognise that every person brings with them a unique set of skills, experience and talents. WorldSkills aligns with this at its core. We passionately believe in parity of esteem between vocational and academic success. And we believe that education has a part to play in state productivity in terms of ensuring that workforce development and a pipeline of technically talented young people into apprenticeships and traineeships is met. We do this day in, day out. We are industry-led and deliver industry education to help develop young people to be work-ready. We recognise that teenagers and apprentices don't work well and don't learn well with 1 day a week. And that's why at the industry school, our model is that our young people, our school-based apprentices, do 7 consecutive weeks out in work placement or on their apprenticeship every quarter. At the industry school, we think big and go boldly. We're champions of industry and we're champions of young people. We love what we do and we're incredibly passionate about it. We're not afraid to have fun and work hard. We're deliberately different. My last piece of advice would be don't wait, get going. At the industry school, we have unmatched partnerships with industry, and our young people, years 10 through 12, get a head start in their industry right from the beginning. So please reach out if you want to learn more about what we do.
I think one of the most exciting things about being involved with WorldSkills for Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the opportunity to connect young people and schools with careers in manufacturing. WorldSkills Australia provides a platform that brings together industry innovators, apprentices, trainees, young people, and industry. And Manufacturing Skills Queensland is excited to be part of the event. What you can expect from Manufacturing Skills Queensland over the course of the competition is to showcase some virtual reality experiences and to provide some really great advice around the careers that you can expect in the manufacturing industry. WorldSkills is a celebration, and it's a celebration of a range of industries. But excitingly for Manufacturing Skills Queensland, it's a celebration of excellence across the full spectrum of manufacturing, from design, manufacture and maintenance, time-old tradition and advanced manufacturing techniques. Well, as you might know, Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the host of the Queensland Government's Advanced Manufacturing Gateway to Industry Schools project. And what this means is we're able to deliver a range of different projects and programs to schools across Queensland. And what we can do with this event is bring schools in and show them how incredible careers in manufacturing are. Through the WorldSkills Australia competition, we feel as though we can make an impact by bringing more manufacturers into the fold, connecting the competition with manufacturers and improving and elevating the skills recognition of manufacturing.
Excellence. Is it measured in likes, bottom lines, or the impact we make around us? The things we build, the students we inspire,
Teaching me so.
the care we give.
Baby girl.
At CQ University, we recognise all kinds of excellence. We combine contemporary courses with more choices and real support to empower you to create the success that means more to you. Be with CQU.
A range of projects is what I enjoy the most about working at McNab.
From housing, schools, high-rises to world-class industrial facilities, you name it, we do it.
At McNab, you've got so many career opportunities. Whatever progression you want to take, McNab will support you.
Other than working on great projects, you're privileged enough to work with great people that end up becoming great mates.
If you're thinking about taking a job with McNab, do it. You won't regret it.
To all the competitors this year at WorldSkills, remember to embrace the opportunity. It's not just about competing and showcasing your skills, but about learning from each other, building connections and challenging yourself. My advice for young people would be, if you're thinking about taking up a trade, go for it. There are so many opportunities and pathways for you. Don't let any stereotypes deter you. You get to build real things, work with a great team and see your projects come to fruition, which is really rewarding.
So important.
The National Championships and Skills Show is so important because not only does it show how valuable our tradespeople are, but it also inspires our future generations to want to take up a trade. It's a real showcase of the skills and mindset that tradespeople have. It also helps shift the mindset around what a successful career can look like. To all the visitors and school groups at the show today, I would say be open-minded, ask questions, get around it, support each other and cheer each other on. If you're interested in a career in construction, I would say follow your passion and just give it a go. You'll be amazed at what you can achieve if you apply yourself. Woo!
What excites us most about being part of the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships and Skills Show is the chance to celebrate the incredible talent and passion that drives our industry forward. It's also an opportunity to connect with future tradespeople and to share what McNab's all about, which is supporting young people to challenge themselves and to be their best. Events like this bring energy, inspiration and pride to the trades, which is something we're proud to be a part of. At this year's WorldSkills, we're excited to have one of our own apprentices competing in the carpentry category, a great reflection of the talent we're developing here at McNab. We'll also be on site with an interactive exhibit offering insights into the construction industry. People can chat with our team and learn more about our apprenticeship, cadetship and pathways programs, and it's a fantastic opportunity for people to connect with us and explore what a career in construction with McNab could look like. Events like the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships are so important for Australia's future workforce. They highlight the high level of skill and precision needed to succeed in a trade and give apprentices a chance to test themselves in a competitive environment. It's also an opportunity to inspire, educate and engage the next generation, showing what's possible and why a career in the trades is something to be really proud of. Our partnership with WorldSkills aligns perfectly with our core values of care, passion and growth. These events celebrate the same things that we stand for, which is supporting people to grow and doing what they love with purpose and passion. It's about building skills, diversity, confidence and a stronger, more capable workforce for our industry and Australia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know there's a few people still standing at the back. There is a few little seats here and there throughout the audience if you'd like to find a seat. Please do. Please make your way through. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships. My name is Trevor Swanky, and I'm the CEO of WorldSkills Australia. And I'm going to be your host for the first part of this afternoon. Could I ask you, as some housekeeping, to either turn your phones off or put them on silent, please. In the event of emergency this afternoon, please be guided by the convention staff and our wonderful volunteers that are wearing pink shirts this afternoon. Another first for this year's National Championships is our parade of state and territory flags. If you could all be upstanding, please, as we welcome the flags from all participating states and territories, together with our guest member nations, to the background of the Australian National Anthem. Each flag will be accompanied by competitors from both open and vet in schools categories, the names of which will be displayed on the screen behind. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated and thank our flag bearers for getting this ceremony underway. So good to see the colours of every state and territory of Australia and our member countries that have joined us from China and Timor-Leste as well. I would now like to introduce Songwoman Maruchi Baramba to provide a welcome to country. Songwoman Maruchi is an elder and a songwoman and lawwoman of the Turrbal people, the original inhabitants of Brisbane, and the Dipal people of the Sunshine Coast area. She is a direct descendant of Deki Yaka, chief of the old Brisbane tribe. Songwoman Maruchi is a graduate of the Victorian College of Arts in Melbourne, an internationally renowned opera singer, and has received awards both here in Australia and overseas. She is the first Australian to perform at the United Nations in New York in 1993 in honour of the International Year of the World's Indigenous People. Songwoman Maruchi has been extensively involved in the Aboriginal community for many decades and continues to engender an understanding of Aboriginal culture to the wider community. Please welcome Maruchi Baramba.
Balamdiko kundunumbaler, Balamdiko kundunumbaler, yang indai, yang go, kundai, yang go. Balamdiko kundunumbaler. Yadani Australian Naba Yagari Murumbaga Da Kolamaiki Perendangalehu Beginumba Ikita Milin Murumba Bulkairi Yadani Australia Boo. Yadani Australia Boo means advance Australia in strength, and in particular the strength which is contained in wisdom. Bulkairi Marumba Mianjanu, that's welcome to Brisbane, in the language of the Turrbal people. My name is Maruchi Baramba, which means the black swan from those people who sing up the wind. I've got a little bit of a frog in my throat, so a little bit about the Turrbal people. We were actually documented as being extinct, on the verge of extinction, way back in the early 1860s. And it's just been one small family that survived, but we acknowledge we're part of a much larger societal group which takes in all of the tribes of southeastern Queensland. The reason why I put the anthem into my Welcome to Country, or what some people call a Welcome to Country, is to reciprocate the respect which is afforded to us when we do these type of events, and it's to send the positive energy of respect back to you. Yeah, I'd like to extend the appreciation of the Turrbal people to the organisers of this event. I would like to wish each and every one of you all the very best while you're here and on your journey through life, and I hope you reflect on this experience in future years as a very positive one. And I shall now sing the blessing of the gathering, which is the way we do the Welcome to Country. Manda Baritha Muriana Men Manda Baritha Muriana Men Manda Baritha Muriana Men Bithalgariathai Gavakari Buja Manda Baritha Muriana Men. And in the spirit of reconciliation, I would like to recite an extract from one of my poems. It reflects on our three national flags and the essences behind the meanings of those flags. Starting with respecting the yellow sun on the black and red, that is the sign of hope for the road ahead. That white 5-point star, Dari, green, black and blue, the guiding light we respect too. And in reverence we stand towards that big cross from up there in our southern nights with the three saints' crosses, red, blue, white, St. Patrick, St. George and St. Andrew, flying in the breeze upon the royal blue. That yellow sun on the black and red, that is the sign of hope for the road ahead. White 5-point star, Dari, green, black and blue, the guiding light we respect too. And in reverence we stand towards that big cross from up there in our southern nights with the three saints' crosses, red, blue, white, St. Patrick, St. George and St. Andrew, flying in the breeze upon the royal blue. Karinyanami Chuchimobironu Karinyanami. Thank you.
Thank you, Maruchi Baramba, and I really appreciate the message you've given us here today. Another quick conversation we had before. We both grew up in the South Burnett, which is a lovely part of Queensland. So thank you again for your welcome to country. A WorldSkills excuse me, a WorldSkills event wouldn't be complete without an opening ceremony. As one of the significant moments of the WorldSkills National Championship, the opening ceremony marks the beginning of the WorldSkills competition. The ceremony ignites a spirit of excitement amongst all of its participants, with everyone coming together so proudly to showcase Australia's best of the best in your chosen skill areas. This ceremony serves as a kick-off, highlighting the competition's camaraderie and diversity. But just before I start, I just want to check to make sure that we are in the room. And I know as I've travelled around the country and participated as your guest in some of your team camps and those training camps and that, I did say that I was going to put you on notice when you get here to Brisbane. So let's just make sure that everyone is in the room. Is Western Australia here? Yeah! Well, there's at least 3 there. I thought there was a much bigger team than that, but that's okay. Northern Territory, you here? Yeah! Excellent. What about South Australia? Yeah! They're scattered all over the room, but they're noisy. Tasmania? Yeah! How about Victoria? It's a lot warmer here. The Australian Capital Territory. New South Wales. And of course, our host state, Queensland. And our international guests from China and Timor-Leste. Excellent. To all of our other VIPs in the room, welcome. Our international delegates that have joined us from the Pacific Islands, I've met you a couple of times this week, welcome to this ceremony as well. To all of our partners, supporters and stakeholders, it's great to have you with us at this opening ceremony. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Honourable Ros Bates, MP, Minister for Finance, Trade, Employment and Training, to provide an address as part of the opening ceremony on behalf of the Queensland Government as the host state for the WorldSkills 2025 National Championships and Skills Show. Please welcome the Minister.
That down because I'm short. Firstly, hello and a big warm welcome to Queensland and welcome to all of the competitors. More than 600 of you who have joined us from around the state and Australia. And I would also like to say welcome to David Hoey, Chief Executive Officer, WorldSkills International, and Mary Ferroni, WorldSkills Australia Board Chair and Chief Executive Officer, Holmes Glen Institute, and other distinguished guests. From tomorrow, the best will be put to the ultimate test over 3 days. But today, we celebrate the fact that you are all here, and I know many of you have travelled from far and wide after earning the right to compete at the highest level. That includes delegates who have travelled from China and Timor-Leste. We're delighted to host you in our state capital. And as a former practising nurse and still a registered nurse, I will be taking a keen interest in the healthcare components. And of course, it's not all about the competition. We want you to enjoy your stay in Brisbane and take it all in and everything that this great city has to offer. As a future Olympic city, Brisbane sets the scene for major events like this. And I hope you get to enjoy our sites, our attractions and our hospitality around the WorldSkills competition. You've earned a spot at the single largest national skills competition in Australia's history. You've each spent many hours, weeks, months and even years studying and honing your skills. And this is a time to draw upon everything that you've learnt, put it into practice and compete, with the chance to join Team Australia, otherwise known as the Skillaroos, who will head to Shanghai for a global competition like no other. And it's not just about the competition, it's also about the bigger skills picture. Our lifestyle and our economy are reliant on a skilled workforce. The Crisafulli LNP government is very proud to support the WorldSkills movement and this national competition. Some of you may be aware Queensland has a skills shortage, so we want to attract as many young people here as we can. Since 1981, WorldSkills Australia has shown us the true power of skills in action. It's inspired countless young people to take the first steps towards trades. Everything from carpentry to baking, hairdressing to healthcare. And this year's competition and skills will show and will include around 13,000 school students who are registered to attend. Now, that's a huge measure of just how popular the whole event is. And to all our exhibitors, the staff, supporters and spectators, thank you for being part of WorldSkills Australia 2025 National Championships and Skills Show. And to all those competing over the next few days, I wish you all the very best and enjoy the competition and enjoy your time in our state capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Minister, and we look forward to sharing with you over the week all the success of this wonderful event. Just letting you know, the Minister does need to go. Parliament is sitting at the moment and she needs to get back, but she'll be back to join us a number of times over the week ahead. The Federal Government is also a key stakeholder and partner with WorldSkills Australia. It is now my pleasure to welcome the Deputy Secretary, Skills and Training Group, Anna Faithfull, to the stage to provide an address on behalf of the Federal Government. Please welcome Anna Faithfull.
Thank you everyone for your kind invitation to come and give you the vote of good luck for this event. I'm very pleased to be here in Brisbane, and I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land and pay my respects to elders past and present here on Jagera and Turrbal land, and thank Maruchi Baramba for a beautiful welcome to country. I understand that there are 600 competitors that will be named Best Tradesperson, Apprentice and Trainee here. I have to say I get a little bit teary at events like this, and seeing all of those flags up there just makes me realise how incredibly special what you are doing here. As Minister Bates said, if you don't already know it, you are doing something quite extraordinary because you are shaping the future of this country. Without you, we can't build the houses for the future, we can't manufacture the things that we need, we can't take care of the people we love and care about, and we can't feed them either. You're doing something really quite exceptional. We need people like you across the country to strengthen our future workforce. And we really need you to promote the benefits of vocational and educational training pathways to your friends, to your families, to people in your community, so that they can see how powerful this pathway is and how important it is to the future of this country. We need you to encourage more people to choose that wonderful pathway. So, more importantly, in terms of the next few days, I really want to emphasise that regardless of the outcome, it is an achievement just to be here and have this opportunity. You've already excelled in your chosen field and shown such a high degree of dedication and determination. I wish you all of the very best for the next 3 days, and also the next stage of your journey as you look to both competing internationally in Shanghai, but also embarking in your chosen field of work. I would like to sincerely thank WorldSkills for their dedication to not only showcasing the very best of skills and training, but also promoting it across the country. The Australian Government proudly supports WorldSkills Australia's skills competitions at regional, national and international levels. We share the same goal to promote and build a skills culture, celebrate excellence and showcase vocational education and training. Together with states and territories, the Australian Government is working to enhance skills and training, to invest in the training facilities needed and the workforce to teach you all, and to invest in the skills architecture to promote skills and training pathways. A strong VET system is critical for Australia's long-term economic and social growth. So once again, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the hardworking team at WorldSkills Australia, in particular Trevor, Mary, Bridget, and the 2024 Skilleroos, the judges, the support staff, and of course, I'd like to thank you all, the 2025 National Championship competitors, and again, best of luck. We're really excited for you all.
Thank you, Anna. It's great to have you with us, and thanks for sharing those words. I note that the Federal Minister will be joining us later in the week. We look forward to a tour around on Friday morning, I think, to see the competitors in action. I do note also that we'll have a number of other ministers and dignitaries coming around the event to look at you competing over the next few days, which is really, really good for the whole skills ecosystem here in Australia. WorldSkills International every 2 years selects a small number of youth ambassadors to become WorldSkills Champions Trust representatives. WorldSkills Australia is proud to announce that one of our own has been returned as a member of the WorldSkills International Trust, a representative for the ASEAN and Oceania countries and region. These former WorldSkills competitors become ambassadors of the WorldSkills International movement, advocating for the benefit of skills to improve individuals, communities and countries. During their 2-year term, they will develop their connections to a global community that believes passionately in inspiring and supporting young people in the pursuit of skills. The role will broaden their network, deepen their communication skills and provide insight into how WorldSkills works outside of their experience as a competitor. Please welcome Rachel Crawford, who competed at the WorldSkills Competition 2022 Special Edition in the skill of bakery, in which Rachel achieved a 4th place internationally and received a medallion for excellence. Rachel will provide some insights to those competing in this year's National Championships of what to expect during familiarisation, which you're going to this afternoon, some words of wisdom and advice for you during the competition. Please welcome Rachel.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of the competitors here today. I'm incredibly proud to be here and be able to share this experience with you all as a judge and a former Team Skilleroo. I had the honour of competing in WorldSkills 2022 Special Edition for bakery, and this journey took me all the way to Switzerland, where, as mentioned, I placed 4th in the world and received a medallion of excellence. I now serve as an International Youth Ambassador for WorldSkills Champions Trust, supporting young people like yourself to embark on their skills journey and speaking about mine on stages all over the world. But none of that would have happened if I hadn't taken the same first step that you are all taking now, by simply saying yes to this opportunity. Just by being here, you have all unlocked a literal world of possibilities. This competition could be the start of something incredible for both your personal and professional development, and you never know where it's going to lead you. So please keep saying yes to those opportunities, because they are the pathway to bigger and better opportunities. It's so exciting to be coming back as a judge to support and cheer on every single one of you. I know just how much effort, emotion, and dedication you've all poured into preparing for this moment. And for that, you are all champions. Representing your state on this stage is an incredible achievement, and you should all be so proud. I remember what it felt like to stand where you are now. The nerves, the excitement, the adrenaline. It's very normal to be feeling overwhelmed. But I want you to know that everyone here, from the judges to the mentors, is genuinely excited to see you thrive. Many of us have been in your shoes, and we know exactly how much heart it takes to get here. Over the next few days, you'll be gaining much more than just scores or feedback. You'll be developing skills, resilience, and confidence that will stay with you for life. This experience is one that you can only learn from, so do not fear making a mistake. If one happens during your competition, don't let it rattle you, but simply find the lesson in it. Take a deep breath and push forward. During familiarisation, don't be shy. Ask questions, get to know your workspace, and get comfortable. If you're unsure how something works, speak up. We're here to help you succeed. And the more prepared and relaxed you feel, the more you'll be able to showcase what you are truly capable of. If I could leave you with one piece of advice, it would be this. Trust your training and don't forget to have fun. You've worked so hard to get here, and this is your time to shine. Don't let the word competition make you forget that you're here because you love what you do. And you're surrounded by people who share that same love and passion for their skills and industry, and that's a pretty special feeling. So I encourage you all to make the most of every moment, learn off one another, engage with each other, and you will form friendships that extend well beyond this week, because this is an experience unlike any other. So take a deep breath, step into this moment with confidence, because we are all here cheering you on. And I truly can't wait to see what magic you guys create in the next few days. Thank you and good luck.
What a true champion Rachel is, and what a great ambassador and representative for Australia. I've seen Rachel speak internationally over the last few years in this role, and she has done an absolutely wonderful job. The youth of Australia and the world are the ones that give us advice about what our systems need to be doing in the future. And they're certainly giving a lot of advice to WorldSkills International about what WorldSkills International should be doing in the future as well. So thank you, Rachel, for joining us, and good luck being a judge this year as well. That's fantastic. As part of the opening ceremony of WorldSkills competitions, competitors and experts solemnly take an oath to abide by the WorldSkills values. That's all of you. This tradition aims to remind participants of their duties and responsibilities for the competition. Please welcome to the stage George Bowman, a healthcare competitor who will take the oath on behalf of all competitors in the room, and to Trish Walker, a judge in hairdressing who will take the oath on behalf of our judges in the room. Please welcome them to the stage.
In the name of all competitors, I promise to compete fairly, respecting and abiding by the Code of Ethics and Conduct, the competition rules and the WorldSkills values, all in the true spirit of WorldSkills.
In the name of all judges, I promise that we will officiate with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the Code of Ethics and Conduct, the competition rules and the WorldSkills values of integrity, fairness, transparency, all in the true spirits of WorldSkills.
Thank you, George, and thank you, Trish, and speaking on behalf of all of the competitors and judges in the room. This event certainly wouldn't be possible without the generous support of our partners and supporters. I just want to acknowledge them here now, please. Our host partners, the federal government, the state government, Queensland State Government and TAFE Queensland. All of our state and territory government partners. Every state and territory is involved in WorldSkills. Our gold partner, the industry school. Our silver partner, Manufacturing Skills Queensland, and our two bronze partners, McNabb Constructions and Central Queensland University. To our many corporate partners and supporters, which there are many of, thank you for your generosity and support for this event. Our host venue partners, 5 skills competing remotely. So thank you to TAFE Queensland, to Motor Trades Association of Queensland and Corinda State High School for helping us to run some of those competitions that we could not do at the Brisbane Convention and Exhibition Centre. I would also like to acknowledge our media partner, Prime Creative, and if you pick up any of their magazines, you'll see that we've been promoting skills and WorldSkills fairly heavily over the last few months. I would now like to ask and invite the Chair of the Board of WorldSkills Australia, Mary Ferrone, to come to the stage to share a little bit about the competition medals that you'll all be competing for over the next 3 days and to say a few words to our national participants before the competition begins. Please welcome Mary.
Thanks, Trevor, and it's great to be here today and looking out on this fabulous auditorium. So I'm going to talk about the medals firstly. So I think you'll see them on the screen shortly. There they are. So a competition was held to design the 2025 National Championship medals, and John Fairley from New South Wales was the competition winner, and unfortunately he cannot be with us here today. John says his inspiration for the design was Queensland's wildlife and nature. The medallion harmoniously blends local motifs and a vision of excellence and unity. Its design transcends geographical confines, welcoming participants from every corner of Australia. Bold and distinctive, the medallion aims to etch a lasting memory for both participants, spectators and champions. Its intricate pattern reflects the meticulous craftsmanship required to excel in the various vocational, technological and service-oriented careers. So as you see, they're really lovely medals. Give him a warm round of applause. A lot's already been said to the competitors, and I'm just going to add a few more words. In my day job as CEO of a TAFE Institute in Melbourne in Victoria, I'm really proud of the work that we do in vocational education training, and I think I speak for a lot of people in the room here today that I really love what we do. I love the work that we do in social inclusion and social cohesion. I love the work that we do in inspiring people of all ages to come to vocational education and training and to achieve their goals. I love the graduation ceremonies, and like Anna, I get sort of emotional at times as well because I really believe in the work that we do. And I know Anna talked about we need more people in Australia to get into vocational education and training, and I think the Minister this week, the Federal Minister, Minister Giles, talked about setting a target of 50% of school leavers coming into vocational education and training, which is an ambitious target, but I think it's a target that we should all work towards, because it's not only is it about the skills that we need for the country into the future, but it's also about the productivity, and what we will see over this week is a huge range of fabulous occupations and skills that people excel in. So I hope all of us working together can get to that 50-50 target. To the competitors, you've been very quiet there today, so I'm going to let you do a huge cheer in a minute for yourselves. But, you know, it's great that you are here. It's an achievement to be in the team for your various state and territories. We wish you all the best. As been said already, it's a great opportunity for you. I had the luck or really pleasure of going to the international competition in Lyon last year, and I know that you'll all be competing madly to get that Skillaroo uniform so that you can go to Shanghai in 2026. Enjoy the competition. It's a fabulous opportunity to showcase your skills and skills excellence, and that's really what we're talking about at WorldSkills Australia. So all the best. Enjoy it as well as trying your best, and give yourselves a huge cheer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing those few words and also for sharing what the medals look like. I know you only saw it on the screen, but they look pretty impressive in person. So I know you'll get to see those at the closing ceremony on Sunday afternoon. This brings us to the close of the formal part of the proceedings.
We have partnered with WorldSkills for over 10 years now. Why have we partnered with WorldSkills? It just makes good sense. WorldSkills is an organisation that actually values the apprentice and values the work the apprentices do. All the WorldSkills competitions involve young people who are actually developing their careers and allows WorldSkills to get the very best of each trade and elevate the status of that trade and all the other trades as well. Supporting the trade for Reece means a lot. Our company is invested in the next generation of plumbers. We want to ensure that they get the best possible chance to actually grow in stature in their career, and WorldSkills provides that opportunity for us to do it. One of the key outcomes of WorldSkills national competition in Brisbane is we decided to repurpose the products that are in the project through the Reece Foundation to a worthwhile community location in southeast Queensland. It's important that Reece provide the products because we sponsor the event. We've been a sponsor of WorldSkills for over 10 years. We see the value in the partnership. We also see the fact is that the products that we provide are top class. Water in society is super important. We take it for granted. The rain falls on the roof and the water runs off the roof and down the gutter, and then you turn the tap on, you take it for granted. You actually have a bath and you just fill it up, you don't even think about it. And the key thing is the plumbers, that's what they do every day of the week. Skilled trades are really important as trades work together. And every single project, all the different trades all come together to make sure that there's light, power, electricity, water, you've got a roof over your head, and all of those key things that just buildings do. And that allows the growth of our housing community, our housing market. And that's, to me, is critical. From a point of view of skilled trade in plumbing, plumbing essence is water. Without water, we don't have life.
G'day, I'm Sebastian Batista. I'm one of the judges in the Vetus Plumbing. I grew up around plumbing. It's the family business, so it's always been a part of my life. From a young age, I was out on jobs with my dad, picking up the tools, learning the terms, and seeing how everything worked. What started as just tagging along turned into actually helping out, learning the trade, and taking on more responsibility as I got older. It all became pretty natural to me. Over time, I realised that this wasn't just a job, it's something I enjoy, and I take pride in doing quality work that people can count on. My dad was definitely the biggest influence on my career. Watching him work and seeing how much pride he took in what he did really stuck with me. He taught me the importance of hard work, doing things the right way, and treating people well. Spending time working with him over the years made me want to follow in his footsteps and keep that same standard of work going. Once my apprenticeship was signed, I enrolled in a Certificate 3 in plumbing, which takes about 4 years to complete with a mix of on-the-job and off-the-job training. Right now, I'm working on my Certificate 4 in plumbing, building on everything I learned during my Certificate 3. The school learning and hands-on training work well together. At TAFE, I learned the theory behind plumbing, like the codes, safety standards and technical skills. Then, on the job, I got to put all that knowledge into practice, solving real problems and dealing with actual customers' needs. The hands-on experience helps you understand how everything works in the real world, while the classroom stuff gives you the foundation. I keep up with the new stuff in the plumbing industry through a few different ways. TAFE is a big one. They keep us updated on the latest standards and techniques during training. I also learn a lot from material suppliers when they show us new products or tools. Social media is actually pretty helpful too. Plus, being connected with plumbing associations and the VBA helps me stay in the loop with any changes in the industry or licensing requirements. Yes, one of the biggest moments in my career so far was being a part of the Australian Skillaroo team and competing at the WorldSkills International competition in Lyon. It was an unreal experience, representing Australia on the world stage and going up against the best young tradies from around the globe. The lead up took a lot of training and commitment, but it really pushed me to the next level and helped me grow so much, both professionally and personally. It's something I'll never forget and definitely one of the proudest moments in my career so far. My dad's always been a huge influence. He introduced me to plumbing and always pushed me to do my best. Patrick Keating was a massive help when I was preparing for WorldSkills. He gave me guidance, shared his experience and helped me fine-tune my skills for the competition. Both played a big role in helping me grow in my trade. There are definitely a few skills you really only pick up on the job. Things like problem solving, working under pressure, and figuring out the best way to approach tricky jobs. Those aren't things you can fully learn in a classroom. You also get better at communicating with customers and working as part of a team over time. A lot of it comes from just being out there, making mistakes and learning as you go. My advice would be to take your time and be patient. You've got to crawl before you can walk or walk before you can run. It's a step-by-step process. Don't rush trying to know everything straight away. Focus on learning the basics properly, listen to the people around you, and don't be afraid to ask questions. The more effort you put in early on, the better you'll be in the long run. Everyone starts somewhere and it's all a part of the learning curve. Networking's actually helped me more than I expected. You never know when someone you meet might turn into a job or open up an opportunity. Whether it's people I've met through TAFE, work sites, competitions like WorldSkills, or even just suppliers. I've learned that making a good impression and building relationships can really pay off. If you're just starting out with networking, put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to start a conversation, even if it's just small talk. Those casual chats can lead to work, advice, or just learning something new. Your classmates, teachers, and any guest speakers at TAFE are valuable contacts. Events like WorldSkills connect you with the best young tradespeople, trainers, and industry leaders nationally and internationally. Always be polite, ask questions, and show that you're keen to learn. People remember good attitudes, and you never know who might help you down the road. Smart tech is really starting to take off. Things like leak detection systems and water-saving setups are popping up more. You've also got water usage monitors and smart taps that can connect to apps. It's good seeing all this modern tech mixing with the older setups we work with. Plus, there's a big push for eco-friendly systems like grey water recycling. If you're thinking about getting into plumbing, my biggest piece of advice would be to get hands-on experience as much as possible. It's not just about learning from books, it's about learning by doing. Whether it's on the job or through competitions like WorldSkills, where you get to push your limits and really see what you're capable of, the experience is priceless. Plumbing is all about problem solving, and the more you practice, the better you get. Don't rush it, take your time, learn the basics properly, and the rest will follow. Apprenticeships are crucial because they let you get that real-world experience. Learn from people who've been doing it for years and pick up skills you won't get anywhere else. Plus, you get to see how things work in the field, deal with customers, and learn the ins and outs of the job that you just can't get from a classroom. One of the biggest lessons I've learned so far is to always back yourself and never give up. When things get tough, try harder. Plumbing can be challenging, and there are definitely times when it feels like you're hitting a wall. But it's all about pushing through and learning from your mistakes. Also, don't be afraid to put yourself out there, whether that's by asking for help, networking, or taking on new challenges. The more you push yourself, the more you grow. And that's how you get better at what you do. My goals have pretty much stayed the same since I started. From the beginning of my apprenticeship, I knew I wanted to get through the schooling side as quickly and efficiently as I could. So I've always worked ahead when possible. I also set a goal to keep learning and complete my Certificate 4, which I'm currently working towards. Once that's done, who knows where life will take me. But for now, I'm focused on sticking to my original plan and giving it everything I've got.
G'day, my name's Noah Reynolds and I'm one of the chief judges in the plumbing and heating competition this year in the 2025 WorldSkills event. The 3-day competition involves the competitors demonstrating their skills and knowledge through a variety of areas within the plumbing industry: water supply, gas, sanitary, hot water, and fixtures. I began my career in 2004 when I decided I had enough of selling shoes in a sports store. I was lucky enough to pick up an apprenticeship. I had no hand skills, no knowledge of plumbing, simply went in without knowing a single thing, very, very green. I'm very lucky that I can be persistent, and I was able to cross some of the barriers that first presented themselves to me when I was expected to do certain jobs, demonstrate certain skills that I knew nothing about. As part of my apprenticeship, I completed the Certificate 3 in plumbing, which then allowed me to become a tradesperson. Shortly after becoming a tradesperson, I went back to TAFE and I undertook the Cert 4 in plumbing, which I was lucky enough to complete, and then opened up my own plumbing business. My plumbing business has been active for about 15 years, and my over 20-year plumbing career has served me in many different ways. I wish I'd started earlier. However, the life skills I brought into my apprenticeship, I think, was a contributing factor to helping me get through it successfully. I first started in maintenance, repairs of burst water pipes, block drains, hot water replacements, and really enjoyed that variety of work as it gave me a lot of diverse knowledge throughout the whole industry. I began working in hot water more specifically, and that's where I specialised in for 7 years. Within that 7 years, I was lucky enough to become a state manager, to run multiple teams of plumbers through Queensland and the ACT. Towards the end of my time running hot water, I decided I would diversify my career into teaching. At this point, I did a Certificate 4 in training and assessment and was very, very lucky to secure a position with TAFE Queensland as a vet teacher. At this stage, once again, I went into teaching with little to no knowledge. I always enjoyed working with apprentices. I really liked helping them, especially when they showed the right attitude. So I took that mindset into the classroom, and I seemed to get along really well with most students. Partway through my third year at TAFE, I was offered the opportunity to begin a Bachelor of Adult and Applied Learning, and I finished my teaching degree within 3 years. This has opened up many opportunities within my role at TAFE. Moved into management at TAFE and looked after 64 teachers for a few months before going back into the classroom where my passion is. Networking and industry connections within my industry are found in places like WorldSkills, our suppliers, Reese, Facebook pages where plumbers get together and share problems, share successes, and are able to lean on each other for mentoring. I spent time at the Reese head office in Melbourne where they showed us their production, showed us their R&D and their national distribution centre. It gives you an appreciation for the wholesale side of plumbing, as it's a multi-million-dollar industry and there is a lot to be appreciated. At TAFE, we have a professional learning community where TAFE teachers from the state get together once a month and discuss assessments, teaching and learning techniques to ensure we can provide the best for our students. Technology in plumbing, like a lot of industries, is completely evolving with AI, computer technologies, and it's very exciting to see what that can provide for not only the plumbers, but for suppliers of material, as well as homeowners. They will all benefit from the development of technology within plumbing. Advice for new plumbers, I'd strongly advise that you look at doing a Certificate 2 in plumbing, either while you're at school or after you've left school. So a Certificate 2 in plumbing allows you to complete 80 hours work experience, as well as 14 subjects to give you a taste of plumbing and to give you a head and shoulders above the other competitors trying to get into an apprenticeship. Teachers are understanding of school students who have not had the experience. The Certificate 2 in plumbing allows them to slowly gain the experience they may need prior to starting an apprenticeship. The biggest lesson I've learnt in plumbing is that if you keep going, it's extremely rewarding. Nothing's better than walking to a home where they have plumbing problems, no hot water, burst pipes, and using your skills and knowledge, applying that for that family home and walking away with a successful outcome. You're appreciated, and I believe that that is the whole reason I'm in plumbing, to make a difference to the community. What I hope people remember about me and my work is that I have been able to contribute in a positive way. I've been able to give back, and that I have helped young plumbers along the way with their own individual career paths. Plumbing is an evolving industry. It's exciting, and anyone can do plumbing if they apply themselves to it.
Called IWISH, the International Water, Sanitary and Hygiene Foundation, and we try and raise the sanitation conditions of people around the world. IAPMO is the leading testing and certification organisation in Australia, and the building here is an amazing building. It's carbon neutral. The heating and cooling relies upon geothermal, and the power and electricity is provided by solar. We exported quite a bit of solar into the community. We realise that industry wants to get their product to market as quickly as possible. So we've developed a set of service levels that we're committed to ensure the best levels of service that's available in Australia. We will respond to people immediately. Within a business day, we will complete a test schedule within 14 business days. We will review all applications and endorsements within 3 business days. And we will review each certification and issue the certification within 10 business days. They are commitments we make. Australia being one of the driest, or the driest continent on Earth, we need to make sure that we look after this precious resource, water. So we're doing testing and working with industry and governments to ensure we use the water in the most efficient way possible. We have a gas testing laboratory, the most advanced and only purposely built gas laboratory in the Southern Hemisphere. We have engineers and scientists working here to test and certify the products to ensure safety and compliance. Our profits go back into the community and to the industry. IAPMO is an amazing organisation, IAPMO is an organisation that I'm very, very proud to work for.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus, full-time, part-time, and open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard, and for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
The partnership with WorldSkills aligns with our vision and mission by helping us advance technologies and awareness of responsible climate control solutions for our industry. It really helps push the boundaries of technicians and what they're able to learn, achieve and drive through their role in the industry. The advice I'd give young people considering starting in this industry is that we need you. The opportunities that come from a skilled trade are many. You can get into management position, run your own business. The opportunities are endless, and I think everyone should take the opportunity to start out in a trade and see what that can bring for them over their journey throughout a career. Partnerships like this can help us showcase the skills required to provide innovation for our industry. With the partnership that we have with WorldSkills, we're able to put forward new technologies that not many in the industry know about, and that they get a greater understanding of what we're trying to achieve and drive with our sustainability goals. We are excited to celebrate and recognise our 30 years of partnership, continuous partnership with WorldSkills in 2026. It's such an exciting opportunity for us to be part of this every year, and it's something that we try and build on each year that we're a partner with WorldSkills. So really looking forward to celebrating that in 2026.
So Kirby gets involved in the refrigeration competition quite early in the cycle. We work with the local teams throughout the regional competitions. We provide equipment for that as part of our sponsorship arrangement. For the nationals, we actually engage, kind of work hand in hand with the judging team and the chief judge very early in the cycle. So we work through the prototype of the equipment with them. We ensure that all of the items that are going to be required for the build will actually be available and work together. So we provide some engineering support to that team to ensure it all works well. And on the day, we're on the ground assisting. We are able to respond to any last minute needs and get equipment out to the guys and make sure the competition works and kind of goes off with a flawless execution. If you are attending the WorldSkills competition in Brisbane, we suggest you swing past the Refrigeration Nationals competition. We'll have a skillet section there where we'll have a working miniature refrigeration can cooler on display. There'll be some tools, some hand tools that the attendees can try. If you're not able to make it to Brisbane, don't forget you'll be able to watch it on the live stream.
Another way that Kirby supports industry technicians and apprentices is through our Kirby Apprentice Fund. It's now in its 6th year, and we offer tool discounts and skills development opportunities to technicians in our industry. I encourage anybody who's interested in learning more about the Kirby Apprentice Fund to register and learn more at our website, kirbyhvacr.com.au. My advice to the competitors competing at the Nationals competition is to embrace it and push yourselves, go as hard as you can. We've had the privilege over our long-term association with WorldSkills to see many competitors go from regional to national to international level, and the growth that you can achieve through the technical proficiency and personal confidence is outstanding. So embrace everything that WorldSkills Australia can offer you, and we look forward to seeing you all at Nationals.
I'm Matt. I'm in the refrigeration air conditioning section. Over the next 3 days, we will be building a small refrigeration system and doing fault finding on a cool room and a package unit. So I got into the trade to start with. Well, first off, I did work experience in various trades, so air conditioning, electrical, fitting, boiler making, and then I ended up landing on refrigeration because there was a large diversity of skills required to complete the trade, which kept it really interesting. So whilst on work experience, I went working at hospitals, to underground mine sites, to movie cinemas, clubs and pubs, and it really kept it interesting. And there was a varied work between electrical, sheet metal, copper pipe work, welding, brazing, which I found really fascinating and helped me get into the trade at the start. I completed my Cert 3 in refrigeration air conditioning when I was 20 years old. And what I wish I did when I was studying the courses, I wish I paid more attention and took as much out of that as I could, because that was the time I could really make mistakes during my apprenticeship. And I feel I didn't take that opportunity as much as I should have. To keep up with current industry, I recommend going to industry days, reading all ARC newsletters and the magazines that come out. Follow all manufacturers and suppliers on LinkedIn, and follow some key YouTube content creators such as Engineering Mindset. For someone interested in the trade, I recommend finding an apprenticeship and getting indentured as an apprenticeship through an employer. After 2 years of manufacturing, I went on to become a service manager and grew the air conditioning side, and then later on into other trades as well as a service manager. One of the highlight jobs in my trade was doing a high ambient installation for the steelworking industry. The job went over 2 months. During COVID, it inspired a career change, and I looked into getting into teaching at Ultimo TAFE. I've taught at Ultimo TAFE now for 3 years. During my time there, it has enabled me to get into WorldSkills. I've been doing WorldSkills now for 2.5 years, which I've found really enjoyable, and now I am the chief judge for the refrigeration air conditioning section. Thanks for listening to my segment on channel WSA. included that back wall. So throw this tape off it.
The Australian Federation Council is very proud to be part of the national skill competition, which brings together the best skilled workers from across the country. The Australian Federation Council brings together over 100,000 individuals and companies, and this skills show will emphasise and highlight to industry the importance of the Federation air conditioning industry, which provides not only food preservation, but cold drinks and air conditioning on really hot days. So it's an important industry for the Australians' lifestyle. This show also will highlight to the Australian public how important the Federation air conditioning is to Australia's move towards net zero by implementing energy efficient and climate friendly environments. There has never been a better time to join the Federation air industry as an apprentice, because it brings together practical skills and the latest technologies. With the growing need for industry to move to green energy, low carbon industry, the Federation industry forms a very important part of that.
Well, our vision is to elevate and enhance the reputation of industry careers. So we couldn't be more excited about the partnership with WorldSkills. Our focus is on technically talented young people, finding their fit and loving what they do. So the alignment between both of our organisations is absolutely perfect. One of our company values is to contribute authentically. We recognise that every person brings with them a unique set of skills, experience and talents. WorldSkills aligns with this at its core. We passionately believe in parity of esteem between vocational and academic success. And we believe that education has a part to play in state productivity in terms of ensuring that workforce development and a pipeline of technically talented young people into apprenticeships and traineeships is met. We do this day in, day out. We are industry-led and deliver industry education to help develop young people to be work-ready. We recognise that teenagers and apprentices don't work well and don't learn well with 1 day a week, and that's why at the industry school, our model is that our young people, our school-based apprentices, do 7 consecutive weeks out in work placement or on their apprenticeship every quarter. At the industry school, we think big and go boldly. We're champions of industry and we're champions of young people. We love what we do and we're incredibly passionate about it. We're not afraid to have fun and work hard. We're deliberately different. My last piece of advice would be don't wait, get going. At the industry school, we have unmatched partnerships with industry, and our young people, years 10 through 12, get a head start in their industry right from the beginning. So please reach out if you want to learn more about what we do.
I'm Damien Sinclair. I'm the Chief Judge for Mechatronics. I got interested in this program through WorldSkills and what I do with my workload because I was very interested in how things worked from a very young age. So growing up, I used to pull things apart, try and put them back together, always with a few leftover pieces. Through my progression in my career, I've managed to go into an area where there's been a lot of mechanical assembly, a lot of automation, and it's really opened my eyes as to what is available to me as far as what I have access to. WorldSkills has been a real eye-opener as far as that's concerned. Not as a competitor, I've always been as an expert, a mentor, and now a chief judge.
I'm Will Vestergaard, and I'm a former competitor in mechatronics and now judge at the 2025 WorldSkills Australia national competition. I started off in WorldSkills just being approached by one of my teachers in TAFE. I was doing an advanced diploma of engineering technology, and they threw the hat in the ring for me a little bit to compete at the WorldSkills competition, and I was pretty apprehensive about it. I wasn't really sure of myself, but I knew I loved the hands-on aspect of my course, and I was assured that this opportunity would be something that really helped flourish that, and it was the best decision I ever made. I think the most important part about WorldSkills, and this skill in particular, is just having a real interest in it. I think for me, I had no real professional sort of skills, and it's not an area that I worked in particularly, but I had a really great passion and interest in mechatronics as a whole, and it really helped me just dive in entirely up to my head, and I learned so much over the course of my journey, and now I'm back here to judge the next generation.
So when I started my career, I started as a civil engineering student many years ago. Decided shortly after starting in the industry that it really wasn't for me, that it didn't spark my interest the way that I said building things when I was younger did. So I changed and joined a hydraulic company, which was my kick-off into the industrial automation space. So some 28 years later, I'm now with WorldSkills as Chief Judge. This is my fourth Nationals, I believe. I've had a few roles through. My career path has been hydraulics through automation, and then a change of roles about 8 years ago into the educational space, which is where I became aware of WorldSkills and mechatronics, particularly within the company that I work for. So since then, my interest has grown. I've managed to become more involved in the process, the competitions, both regional, national and international, which has really given me some growth in myself. I've managed to meet a lot of people over the course. WorldSkills opens up avenues to lots and lots of different areas of growth. So I've met a lot of the skilleroos, the competitors, the judges in each of the different areas, the people that are in the background behind it, but also all the companies and other schools that are associated to WorldSkills and how they are involved. It really broadens your area of expertise and the people that you come in contact with. So it's certainly been a great growth in my career just through the meeting of all these people. So for competitors getting involved in mechatronics, there's a few skills that you do need. You come across different skills of pneumatics, mechanical assembly, electrical wiring, problem solving, PLC programming. So it's quite diverse. You also work as a team, so it's really important to have somebody that you're comfortable with working with and trust. If you're trying to do it as a single person, it's quite a difficult skill, and because there's so many different areas of expertise required, it's hard for one person to have all those. So the team event where one person may be very good at programming, where one's very good with their hands, is really important. We've seen a variety of teams over the years where they really struggle because they don't work well together. So when you find a team that is in sync, it is a really fantastic thing to see. I've learned a lot about mechatronics, even though we supply it through our company. I've learned a lot about how things get together, how it works, PLC programming, which was not my forte, but all the things that make the skill come together.
The WorldSkills journey has been a pretty incredible opportunity to sort of develop my interpersonal skills and network with others. I think because WorldSkills brings together so many different trades and experts and representatives from all different companies and industries, it's a huge opportunity throughout my very small time with WorldSkills to meet new people and make some really, really valuable industry connections and really figure out where I want to go in my career and what I need to learn and how to make that happen.
One thing with getting involved in the WorldSkills journey is putting yourself out there. There's a lot of opportunity that comes your way as part of being a competitor, a judge or a participant, and take advantage of all those things. There's a lot of networking nights, there's opportunities to meet with people from different skills and see what's happening in their industry. It's also a fantastic place to look at the new innovations that are happening through not just your own skill, but for many, many skills. We're looking at the younger generation coming through. These are the outstanding people in their field and going to be the future of all these skills. If you get the chance to walk around, don't just focus on one, but look at all the skills and see what's happening and look at the enthusiasm that is coming from the competitors. Sometimes you'll see some frowns on faces, sometimes you'll see some elation from people, but it's all part of the journey. So last year I got the opportunity to be a chief expert for Australia in their mechatronics skill, and Will, who's with me here, was one of the competitors. So Will, during your journey through to the Nationals, how was the trip?
It was pretty massive. I think it's definitely one of the biggest undertakings I've ever had. From sort of putting my hand up in the classroom at Swinburne to getting off a plane in Lyon was a big, long, difficult road. There were tears, maybe lots of sweat and lots of pain, but we got there. And it was honestly, the best thing I've ever done. I learnt, I think, so much more than I have in my, maybe even ever in school in those maybe 18 months. And I've come out of it with such a clear direction in my career, and I've really honed in on exactly what I love about this industry and exactly sort of where I want to be. So I'm incredibly thankful for that, and I'm so happy to be back and maybe make that a reality for another group of mechatronics kids.
Well, I totally agree. You seeing your journey through the whole 18 months lead up to both the Nationals and to the international event, and seeing the growth in your skill set was quite phenomenal. You were self-taught on some things, you were mentored on others. How did you feel when you arrived in Lyon and realised that you were going to be in one of the bigger skills, the 38 different countries competing, including Australia, coming from simply 3 teams?
yeah, it was a bit of a change, that's for sure. We could only do so much, none of us having ventured onto the international stage before, but it was pretty incredible seeing that many other incredible teams with such high levels of skill. We were maybe outmatched, finishing up right around in the middle, but it was.
Yeah, it was a pretty amazing outcome, and to see what you guys accomplished during those 4 days of competition was quite amazing. You'll see, if you get a chance to come to the Mechatronics station, you'll see one of the stations that was in Lyon that was built by one of the teams there, so you can see what was accomplished in that 4 days. It's quite astounding. And for myself being over there and, as I said, being 38 different countries competing and meeting the judges or the experts that were coming from all those countries, from a judge point of view was fantastic to see where people were coming from, because there was people from all different skill sets, all different backgrounds, all different language barriers. There was a lot going on when you get to an international event that you kind of take for granted when you're in Australia for the nationals. So for me to be involved with those people, meeting them for the first time, some of them, some we were catching up with that I've seen previously, was a fantastic thing. But also the learning curve as a judge or an expert going overseas is quite a big one too for the people who've gone there for the first time. You'll be in for maybe a little bit of a shock to start with, but you'll quickly get used to the environment, the crowds that are around, and how you react to everything going on. I saw from the Australian team going over the friendships of people that hadn't seen others for a couple of years just pick up from where they left off, and some really camaraderie that sits within the WorldSkills family. And that's what it is. It really becomes a bit of a family to you. You're involved in it from the regional event through to the training up to nationals, and then if you get the opportunity to go to the international event, the lead up and the skills that are involved there. And they keep rolling from one year to the next with the regional in the same year as an international, so it's never a dull moment. So as I said earlier, the Mechatronics is a team event, and having somebody you trust is quite important. When Will went to the last Mechatronics event, we had a bit of an interesting situation. It's normally people that come from the same school, but in this situation we had a mixed team from 2 different schools. How did that work for you?
Yeah, there was a little bit of drama in the lead up to the national competition in 2023. I was unfortunate enough to have my partner pull out due to some unforeseen circumstances, but thankfully I work with a friend of mine who's incredibly skilled, similar to me. He loves working with his hands and has a very sort of similar brain to me, and I called upon him, and he was able to stick his hand up, and we gave him a crash course with maybe less than a week to go, and we sort of smashed it really, winning the competition, and then eventually getting invited to Lyon was massive. But yeah, it was a long journey with my friend. It definitely, I think, tested our relationship at times, like anything does, spending 18 months really closely with someone, many hours a week, and towards the end there we were probably seeing each other, I think, every single day for just about a month. But we came out of it, closer than ever, and made, sort of strengthened that lifelong friendship, not only with him, but with the rest of the Skilleroos and the Australian team and all the delegates and friends and family. It, like Damien mentioned before, it really was a family, and we've made some lifelong friendships.
And it's not just the competitors and mentors that are a family, but also the extended ones. So meeting the competitors' parents and having them involvement and seeing them looking after the competitors in times of tears and joy, seeing how they support, and it really is much more than just the competitors at the event. There's a lot more that sits around the outside of that. So the way the skill program runs is it starts with your local schools. And it's something that, if you hear about, please promote it to your schools, because that's where we get our competitors from, that's where we get our judges from, that's where we get our mentors from. When you're coming into some of these skills, like mechatronics, you don't need to know everything. Our regional skill is developed to be a starting point to work on what skills are required, but in a fairly basic way. It's a one-day competition with the support of your school, and working on some fairly basic equipment. So when you come to the Mechatronics booth at the Nationals and see what is going on there and see what is involved in the International, don't be afraid. because it's all part of that learning journey, that's that lead up from a regional to the international event. There's lots of time, it does go very quick, but there's lots of support there too. So coming from fairly basic knowledge, asking questions, being hands-on, and working your way up from a reasonable skill to a extraordinary skill.
Yeah, mechatronics is a bit of a small skill this year again, but like Damien said, we're really keen for anyone to give it a go. I think even given that myself, someone who is interested in this sort of thing, was even a little apprehensive. I think coming into it, I was very worried. I didn't think I had it in me, but honestly, I think if you like electronics and the way things go together and building stuff, like I say to a lot of people, mechatronics, at least in WorldSkills, is a lot like Lego. And if you're comfortable with some basic hand tools like screwdrivers and pliers, you can absolutely do this. And if you're comfortable on the computer as well, that's also good. But luckily, a good part about mechatronics is it being a team skill. One of you can be more comfortable on the computer and techie side of things, while the other does a lot of that hands-on and building sort of thing.
So if you decide you want to be involved in any of the skills, but particularly mechatronics, one of the best things to do is to reach out to people, ask questions, get as much information as you possibly can. What we found is the biggest issue for people coming into these competitions, and not to say it's a particular thing for young people, but for them to reach out and be open and accessible to people. The best advice is to make yourself known, to ask any questions you've got, any doubts, where there's no stupid questions, we're happy to help. We've seen that through the initial programs with regionals. Before we come to the nationals, in Victoria we do a boot camp and get all the teams together. So you're meeting other competitors, maybe sometimes for the first time, and that's the start of that friendship journey. But also having that group together, especially face-to-face, we find that that's the best opportunity to make yourself heard, to let us know a bit about you, where you think you might need assistance, where your strengths are, and that way we can really direct our training towards what is most efficient. And also look at who we might use as mentors for you. If you feel you're strong in building but weak in PLC programming, for example, we'll speak to your teachers, we'll get them on board, we'll get the equipment you need to make sure that you're in the best position possible when it comes to your competition, so that you have the best outcome possible and enjoy the ride.
Going into the WorldSkills journey, as I call it, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Much like Damien, I was very into working with my hands and electronics and technical stuff, but there's a lot of different ways to do that in a job. But sticking my hand up for this really sort of, immediately I knew that this was what I wanted to do. It combines my favorite things, which include Lego and electronics and computers, and it's just sort of the perfect storm, I think, for me. And since doing WorldSkills, it's really locked me onto that as my sort of ultimate career goal. I'm working towards that now, but I've never been closer, and all of the skills and learning that I've gained from the WorldSkills journey have really helped me sort of get on the right track.
And I think the other thing that comes with it, along with the skill sets that you may have gained, is the soft skills. You learn about how to communicate within your team, within your environment. You get the opportunity to sit on panels, and a lot of people who hate public speaking and get up for the first time, after the WorldSkills journey, you'll be a pro at it. You'll have the opportunity over and over. Even for those that are a little bit timid to start with, you'll find yourself coming out of your shell. We've seen it for lots of competitors over the journey. Starting small, moving up to bigger and brighter things. I think it's really important to embrace those skills also, and you will find that you do move on quite well with all those soft skills in the area. They are important. They're important to not just the skill, but into your future professional life. Meeting up with your other skilleroos and seeing what their journey looks like after the skills event, I think is very important too. And the networking that comes along with your WorldSkills journey is really hard to comprehend just how important that is. But you'll be amazed by what comes out of it.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. with over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way, and get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
I think one of the most exciting things about being involved with WorldSkills for Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the opportunity to connect young people and schools with careers in manufacturing. WorldSkills Australia provides a platform that brings together industry innovators, apprentices, trainees, young people, and industry. And Manufacturing Skills Queensland is excited to be part of the event. What you can expect from Manufacturing Skills Queensland over the course of the competition is to showcase some virtual reality experiences and to provide some really great advice around the careers that you can expect in the manufacturing industry. WorldSkills is a celebration, and it's a celebration of a range of industries. But excitingly for Manufacturing Skills Queensland, it's a celebration of excellence across the full spectrum of manufacturing, from design, manufacture and maintenance, time-old tradition and advanced manufacturing techniques. Well, as you might know, Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the host of the Queensland Government's Advanced Manufacturing Gateway to Industry Schools project. And what this means is we're able to deliver a range of different projects and programs to schools across Queensland. And what we can do with this event is bring schools in and show them how incredible careers in manufacturing are. Through the WorldSkills Australia competition, we feel as though we can make an impact by bringing more manufacturers into the fold, connecting the competition with manufacturers and improving and elevating the skills recognition of manufacturing.
Valvoline Global Operations is excited to sponsor the Transport and Logistics Cluster of the 2025 WorldSkills Australia National Championships and Skills Show. We know this sponsorship will support the talent, dedication and achievements of the many competitors, trainers and industry leaders involved. Valvoline Global recognises mechanics never stop learning and collaborating with WorldSkills Australia. We celebrate the mechanics who help ensure a better, safer tomorrow. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Hi, it's Raman Badeka. I am the Deputy Chief Judge in the Heavy Vehicle Technology skill at the WorldSkills Australia National Championship in Brisbane. Now, in this section, over the 3 days, the heavy vehicle mechanics competition immersed participants in real-world challenges faced by road transport and plant mechanics. The event includes 6 detailed modules focusing on pre-delivery inspections, diagnostics, repairs, adjustments, measurements, and reporting. These tasks span key systems such as engines, hydraulics, drivetrains, steering system, suspension, and brakes. Competitors are assessed not only on technical accuracy and adherence to manufacturer procedures, but also on their safety practices, time management, and suitability and sustainability efforts. A strong emphasis is placed on good housekeeping, efficient material use, and most importantly, environmentally conscious methods. All competitors are briefed on safety, emergency protocols, judging criteria, and are required to submit a comprehensive work method statement, or in other words, a risk assessment before starting. Judging is fair, transparent, and aligned with a professional code of conduct as stipulated by the WorldSkills Australia rules. Now, I've always been curious about how things work. And as a top student in school, I found myself drawn to mechanical systems and would often dismantle and fix motorbikes or build small electrical gadgets. So when I get asked what made you interested in this career, this is what I say. And the most accessible and practical way to enter this industry was through a full-time apprenticeship, which was an earn and learn opportunity at one of India's largest automotive companies. Yes, and who influenced me? Yes, my father was a strong influence in this on-the-job sort of career building pathway. But it's really my cousin who nudged me towards the apprenticeship pathway. He really convinced me that I could secure employment early, fund my own education, and gain real-world experience at the same time. And that one advice changed my life. Now, a defining moment really came when a tour of a massive automotive plant, where my father worked, changed my perception about things and really pushed me over the edge, would I say. As we reached the apprenticeship training center after the tour, I saw a wall listing the national skills champions. And that was the moment. And I said, yes, I want my name on that board. So combining my aptitude, my excellent academic record, and the hands-on practice I've had at home, and plus the strong motivation of becoming a national champion pushed me over the edge, and I started as an apprentice. Now, did I have any other pathways in mind? Yes, at once I did dream of becoming a fighter pilot, but obviously it was a bit tough then, very competitive. Now, there were some early challenges in this journey. Now, ironically, the biggest challenge was that things became too easily. So I think I was grasping things a bit quick and was getting it, and I was thinking, oh, it's a bit simple. Did I make the right career choice? But my trainers recognized that I could take more, and they engaged me with more advanced tasks, and which kept me busy. And obviously, once you progress through the trade, things do get tough, and it gets challenging, and you start liking it. There were some key traits even at that age which really helped me do well in this vocation. One was focus. I naturally have an ability to focus on things and get things done. I'm curious, and there was very strong self-belief thanks to great parenting and great schooling. I was creative, had strong communication skills, and a healthy dose of confidence, which has been central to my growth. Now, to start in this skill area, I needed a secondary school certificate, or let's say an equivalent of a year 10, with some strong results in English, mathematics, and science. Also, mechanical aptitude and physical fitness were equally important at that time. And perhaps the most important, I needed a willingness to step out of my comfort zone and live away from home, because this course, which I did, required me to stay in boarding school, which was attached to the training center. Now, when I get asked, how did school learning and hands-on learning work together in your field? Well, my training program struck a great balance between theory and practical. In the first year, most of hands-off learning happened in a dedicated training workshop, mostly in simulated environments. It allowed us to build confidence in a controlled environment. Now, from second year onwards, we were rotated through various departments as part of our in-plant training, applying what we learned in real-world scenarios. That blend of classroom knowledge and practical experience was key to building a strong foundation. Now, were there classes, courses, or skills that helped you a lot? Yes, indeed. Trade theory, engineering drawing, workshop science, and calculations were incredibly valuable. These subjects gave me the technical understanding needed to troubleshoot, diagnose, and perform precision work with confidence. Now, if I go back, there are some skills I wish I would have learned earlier. Electrical and electronics, one of them, or two of them rather. With the increasing integration of these systems in modern vehicles, having a strong base in the area from the beginning would have been a real advantage. Nevertheless, I did manage to gain those skills through upskilling later in my career. Now, how do I keep up with new things happening in my industry? Well, I stay informed through a mix of research and active engagement. I regularly read industry journals, look at newsletters and technical publications. I also attend trade shows and exhibitions wherever possible, and actively seek out upskilling opportunities to stay ahead of the emerging trends. Very recently, I was in China, and I made sure I attended 2 international exhibitions there. One was the International Boat Show at Shanghai, and the other one was the Auto Show Shanghai, which is one of the largest automotive exhibitions in the world, and it really takes 3 to 4 days to get through the whole area. It's massive. Now, if someone wanted to get into this field, what kind of training or education they would need? Now, from my 30 years in the industry, or more than that, including over a decade mentoring apprentices, I'd recommend starting with a higher secondary school certificate as a minimum. Ideally, students should also complete a school-based work experience placements as a minimum with one large automotive organization and another maybe with a small dealership. This gives you the full spectrum of what you can expect from employers and what sort of roles and responsibilities you may have to undertake. Now, this combination does expose them to different working environments early on. A strong mechanical aptitude, good life skills, and willingness to learn are essential. And those work placements really test whether you have those abilities or not. And again, I say minimum 2 placements. You can do more if you want. And I've seen a lot of aspirants do more work experience than just 2. Now, talking about career journey, what was my first job in this field and what did I learn from that? So after completion of my apprenticeship, I was offered a role as a maintenance technician. Now, it was my first real test in the field. It's one thing to be under the protection of being an apprentice and make mistakes and get away with it. But once you become a technician, the buck stops with you. Now, in this job, I had to work under pressure, meet deadlines, and maintain high standards of safety and quality. It taught me discipline, time management, and how to perform consistently in demanding environments. And also gave me good exposure to the ability to give and take feedback as well, and sometimes take criticism and learn from it. Now, what are the big moments in my career which really stand out? Yes, there have been a few unforgettable milestones. Now, winning a national gold medal early in my career was a proud moment. I was also part of a team that developed and launched a truck book that became a market success. Later, I co-founded one of Australia's leading apprenticeship programs. And today, I'm honored to serve as WorldSkills International Expert, an opportunity that allows me to give back to the trade and the community what shaped my career. Now, I do have a lot of mentors in here, so I've been fortunate to have exceptional mentors through my career. They guided me through both the highs and lows, but more importantly, they pushed me to think better, bigger, and pursue opportunities I might have overlooked. Their belief in me helped shape my professional outlook and has really brought me where I am today. Now, did any unexpected chances or lucky breaks help me get ahead? Yes, of course. One of my mentors, who's also a seasoned WorldSkills veteran, an expert and skills competition manager, as Grant Petch, he opened the door for me to explore the electrical vehicle and marine industries pathway. That connection led to international teaching opportunities in India and China, and of course in Australia, which certainly and significantly broadened my experience and global perspective. Now, how has the job role changed over time, and why did I make those changes? Well, my career has evolved from being hands-on in the workshop to taking on supervisory, managerial, and eventually strategic roles. With the rise of new technologies like EVs and marine systems, I have adapted by shifting between technical and strategic responsibilities depending on the project. So in some projects, I'm really hands-on. In other projects, I am at a strategic level. That versatility keeps the work dynamic, both engaging and interesting. Now, what do I like most about my work and what makes it feel worthwhile? Well, what I love most is the variety. There's always something new to learn or to explore. Whether it's traveling, innovating, or mentoring, there's a deep sense of purpose in helping students, technicians, and educators grow. Making a positive difference in people's careers and lives is what makes this work truly rewarding. Now, what are the top tips and tricks someone needs to excel in my field of work, or in the heavy vehicle sector, automotive sector? Well, staying curious and staying current. Technology is constantly evolving, so make it a habit to learn something new regularly. Build a strong network and again, make the right connections which lead to the next opportunity. And never underestimate the value of kindness, and treat others well, and don't forget to be kind to yourself. Now, how do you keep these skills which one uses the most? Well, I developed these skills through experience, reflection, and mentorship. Networking in particular has been key. It's helped me stay informed about emerging trends and also the new technologies. Of all the skills, I think adaptability and communication are the ones I use the most, and they help me thrive in both technical and leadership roles. And networking has been one of the most powerful tools in my career. It's connected me with mentors, collaborators, and opportunities I might never have found on my own. I often say my network is an extension of my senses. It brings me valuable insights, keeps me informed, and helps me stay grounded through shared experiences. Now, the advice I would give someone who is yet to start good networking, I would say start small and be genuine. Join LinkedIn if you haven't already. And if you have, start engaging meaningfully. Also attend local events, reach out to people with shared interest, and consider joining a professional association of some kind. I am a member of Victorian Automotive Forum, the Institute of Automotive and Mechanical Engineers, Transport Women Australia, Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia, Australian Trucking Association, and two of my favorites are Transport Women Australia and WorldSkills Australia as well. So start by having real conversations, find common grounds, be a good listener, and be open to sharing your journey. Now, relationships grow when there is a mutual respect and a sense of interdependence. Now, people will engage when people know they can really rely on each other. Now, how do you stay ahead of the trends? What are some things new or exciting which are happening in this industry? Well, the introduction of the new energy vehicles like electric and hydrogen-powered trucks, and the integration of artificial intelligence into diagnostics and fleet management are really making a lot of difference. And it's really important to get ahead of that game and educate yourself, upskill yourself. Now, these things are transforming how we think about vehicle performance, sustainability, and maintenance. And that's the future. Now, to stay updated, I make it a priority to stay current. I recently, as I said, I visited to China. I made it a point to visit those exhibitions, I said, but I also tried to meet a couple of manufacturers through my connections to understand how they make things and what's coming. Because countries like China are slightly ahead of the curve, and it's good to be abreast with all of those things. Learning those things requires a lot of effort. And you have to really have a multi-pronged approach, and there are certain websites and YouTube channels you can access if you are in. Then you can listen to podcasts and make time for watching those curated YouTube videos. And you don't have to do all the research; people do it for you. You just have to know which ones to tap into at the right time. Now, a lot of aspirants do come for advice, sometimes early in their stage, sometimes mid-career. Now, the piece of advice I would like to give them is, if you are passionate about advanced technology and want a hands-on career that constantly evolves, heavy vehicle technology is the perfect field. It's where innovation meets real-world impact. And you'd be surprised how much technology is in heavy vehicles. Now, there are some misunderstandings about heavy vehicle industry and this field of work, which I would really like to clear up. Now, many think it's all heavy lifting, grease, and manual labor, but that's outdated. Today, this industry is driven by cutting-edge technology, driverless systems, telematics, AI, sustainability solutions, you name it. Another myth is that it's not for women. Well, now a lot of women are now entering this industry and really doing great roles, right from driving and maintaining big dump trucks to developing latest technology for AI-based and driverless systems. They are into planning and purchase and scheduling. And people often think about heavy vehicle industry as all mechanical work. There is so much which goes into it. I recently met one of the senior accountants in a trucking company at the Transport Women Australia event, and she told me she learned Python programming and developed an app which makes scheduling a 5-second job, which used to be 10 to 15 minutes per schedule. So those kind of things where people are finding new frontiers and new fields of work is something which are forced to reckon with. Then there is HR, there is a lot of other things. People ask me, how would you want people to remember you and your work? Well, I hope to be remembered for the honesty I brought to both my work and my relationships. And more than that, I want the value I added, whether through mentorship, innovation, or integrity. I want that to be the lasting impression I leave. And also, I think I would like to be remembered for the work I've done with WorldSkills Australia, in particularly the heavy vehicle trade, because it's a recent addition to the WorldSkills skills list. And I feel particularly proud to say that the first candidate we fielded for WorldSkills International Competition in heavy vehicle technology. And she was a female, the first to represent Australia, the first to compete internationally, Louise as a party. And I think that one thing probably will stay with me forever. And I would say one of the biggest highlights of my WorldSkills contribution. And that's it. So I wish all visitors and competitors all the best. There's lots to see. It's going to be a spectacular event in Brisbane, and I would love to see you on my stand, and do say hi if you see me. Thank you. It's Raman Badekar signing off.
we don't have this executive need extension. What am I going to do this one? The rate is going. Consistent with skills. Yeah. And subjective.
MTA New South Wales supports all training across all specialisms. As a member organisation, non-for-profit, we excel in training young students across the whole of New South Wales and ACT and promote best practices within their businesses. It's important for MTA to be able to benchmark its products against all of its peers within the industry, make sure that our training products are future fit and best serve the industry as we see fit. It also is a great opportunity for school students, careers officers and parents basically to be able to see all trades within the in the industry to compete against each other. It gives them an opportunity to focus on which part of the industry they want to go to, whether it's hairdressing or whether it's automotive, construction. It's a great opportunity for all parties involved to have access to all of the options for their future careers. MTA is quite active in advocacy for training across the whole of New South Wales and the ACT. We have campaigns running currently at the moment called Drive Your Future, which is really aimed at parents, careers officers, schools, students, peers, to understand about what's involved in the automotive industry and the different sectors within that. Now, everybody probably looks at the automotive career as being a technician or a mechanic, but in essence, the whole industry is wide, from salespeople, parts people, to painters, light vehicle, heavy vehicle, motorcycle. So it's a really wide career path that these people can take, and we're actively pushing and driving that message across the whole of those cohorts of people to make sure that they're aware that the industry is actively involved. Skills trades are important because they're a baseline of their future career. So certainly in the automotive trade, you know, starting off as a light vehicle technician and working your way through to being a foreman, workshop controller, service manager, and even owning your own business at the end of that. It's important that, you know, people can see past just it being an apprenticeship and a trade that they're starting off with, and being a real future career path for them. And certainly entrepreneurship is important and keeps our industry flowing. From my classic example is I started off as an apprentice in a little seaside town in Wales in the UK, and pursued my career path and passion, and ended up all over the world with a well-known brand, and travelled many times around the world with that brand, and ended up in Australia, and ended up in New South Wales, and yeah, I'm now heading up the training organisation for MTA. So I think, you know, as far as a message to future apprentices out there and apprentices undertaking this this competition is that there's endless career paths for you. Partnerships with the WorldSkills for the MTA is really, really important, and especially for the industry. You know, often people just think of the automotive industry as being a technician, a mechanic, but really, in essence, we have lots of competitions within the automotive sector. So, for instance, we've got the light vehicle, the motorcycle, panel and paint, heavy vehicle, auto elect. So they get an opportunity to see that the industry is a lot broader than what you know, many people perceive it to be. So in essence, it's a great opportunity for us to promote the automotive industry and the specialisms within that. I think it's important that the school students that are attending the event have an opportunity to talk to some of the competitors and some of the judges that are there. It's important that they get an opportunity to see all of the different trades that are available to them for their future career. Not only just the automotive trade, but all the other trades that are there, demonstrating their skills and abilities. It's important that they get the right career advice and make their career choice based off something that they can see themselves building a career and future business with.
So certainly Master Painters is looking forward to showcasing what's involved in being a painter and decorating, showing the skills, the trade itself, because it's probably not so much the exciting trade or not known out within the industry, but it certainly is a fantastic trade for young ones to choose. So Master Painters is the peak industry body for painting, and we're excited to show what's involved in being a painter. At the stand, we're going to have trainers there, we're going to have past students that really show the excitement and the thrill of being a painter and decorator. Certainly painting and decorating isn't one of the glamorous trades. Students don't tend to go, hey, I want to be a painter. They tend to fall into it. However, we do want to showcase how enjoyable painting is, the trade itself, but also the lifestyle that comes with becoming a painter and decorator, and also the financial gain that painters can make today. So at Master Painters, we also have an RTO, National Institute of Construction Skills, where we do train apprentices. But from apprentices, we also progress them into their career, setting up their own business, providing industry support, providing courses that enable them to get their QBC license, and then also helping them employ future apprentices, and hopefully those apprentices can compete in the WorldSkills competition in years to come. Young ones, enjoy the moment. You probably won't see a lot of these different trades within the schools, but come to each stand, come and talk to us and find out exactly what's involved in each trade, and truly see that a specific trade such as painting can give you a wonderful, satisfying career.
Hello, my name is Steve Baliga. I am Chief Judge for Painting and Decorating at Brisbane competition in 2025. I've been involved with painting and decorating trade for 48 years. Painting and decorating is the name given to our vocation worldwide. Competitors will be performing many different skills over 3 days, which are all part of the painting and decorating qualification. Competitors have 18 hours in total over 3 days to complete a set project. They are all required to complete the same project where they have a separate workspace, each consisting of 3 walls. They will be colour matching a given sample of paint and applying to a wall, marking out a design from a plan on a wall and painting design without using tape. This is called lining. Competitors will be applying wallpaper to a full wall around a door frame and corner. They will also apply a gloss paint finish to a door with a repainted panel, which they will paint 2 different colours. All competitors will complete a free choice panel, which must use various decorative paint finish techniques, such as graining, marbling, stenciling and gilding. They must finish colour matching and wallpaper by end of day 1. The colour design and free choice by end of day 2, and they have to the end of day 3 to finish the door and the design. For me, I'm from a family of painters and decorators, and it was a natural progression for me to continue in the family business. My uncle, who was a German master painter, encouraged and inspired me to enter this industry. His work was of the highest standard. I had explored other careers. I did a lot of research into careers before I commenced working. I checked working conditions, lifestyles, wages, etc. Painting and decorating provided mostly a good lifestyle in the fact that we mostly work only Monday to Friday and no shift work. Wages are good and very easy to set up your own business later in your career due to a minimal setup cost. Biggest challenge was speed of application while painting. Time is money, and the speed and accuracy you perform tasks is very important. Fortunately, we have an apprenticeship system which is designed for us to gain speed, accuracy and other skills over a 4-year period and assists employers with funding. Once I decided to be a painter and decorator, I wanted to become the best painter I could be and was very passionate about my trade. In particular, the decoration side of our trade, such as paper hanging and decorative paint finishes. This is the creative side of the trade and specialised, well-paid skills. Very satisfying to transform the appearance of any surface. Painters and decorators start with a 4-year apprenticeship. You are employed full-time and will attend paid vocational training for approximately 20 weeks over the 4 years, and the rest of the training is completed on site with your employer. Vocational learning was generally designed in a schedule that helped you to perform your tasks on site with more knowledge and experience and make you more productive for your employer. I completed many extra studies in my last year of apprenticeship and for many years after completion at night in my own time. These extra studies allowed me to proceed in a very competitive industry. Extra knowledge and skills is the key to success. For example, paint technology and manufacture, advanced paper hanging, advanced decorative paint finishes, which is marbling, graining, broken colour effects, stenciling and gilding, business management and signage. If I could go back in time, I probably would have learned signage skills earlier because they did help me a lot with my decorative paint finishes. Paint manufacturers keep our industry up to date with new products on a regular basis, plus our industry association, Master Painters Australia, have regular newsletters about new products and any other issues in our industry. I would suggest gain an apprenticeship if you want to get into this field. Otherwise, approach a registered training organisation who runs a Cert 2 in painting and decorating. They run painting and decorating courses for unemployed people. That is a full-time course, unpaid, usually run between 12 to 20 weeks, where participants learn basic skills and knowledge in painting and decorating, and that generally leads to an apprenticeship. These courses are conducted Australia-wide. My first job in the field was actually a new house. All surfaces were bare, so we had bare timber frames and windows, plasterboard walls, bare metal pipes, and we were also working amongst other trades, tilers and carpenters, so we had to learn how to schedule around working around other trades. I learned how planning and organising was completed every day. That was essential. I worked hard at excelling in my trade. I was some big moments in my trade. I was awarded a third-year Apprentice of the Year award for my vocational training and attended an awards night for our industry with other apprentice winners. This was a big deal at the time for me and really kept me going in our industry over the years. My current employer at that time was very proud to attend that session. This award for me proved that I was an asset to the industry, and I have now been involved with painting for over 48 years. My employer and vocational lecturer were huge mentors and friends. Constant encouragement and support was given to me by them. A few years later, I secured a position as a lecturer in my trade, which allowed me to become a mentor for apprentices and unemployed people wanting to enter our industry. I can have an influence and share my passion for painting and decorating with them. What do I like about our trade? Every job is different. A huge variety in our trade. You could one day be painting a home or a hotel, an office. You could be painting ceilings, walls, woodwork, furniture, statues, displays for events. The list is endless. What skills do you need to be successful? You need to gain as much knowledge and skills as possible. Advanced studies beyond apprenticeship, as discussed before, that really helps you survive in the industry. More knowledge about your trade, the more successful you will be. Learn as much as you can from your employers and your lecturers. They have experience and they can share information that will be useful to you in later life. Any other advice I would give would be interacting with people in general. I say remember this: be reliable, honest, polite, and prove to them that you have the trade knowledge and skills to complete the required tasks to the highest quality. We talk about networking in our trade. Networking is very important. Join the local state industry association. You'll meet many like-minded, passionate people in painting and decorating. Most of them will be your opposition in business, but you can also form alliances which can allow you to combine and complete larger projects or help each other complete jobs. Painting and decorating is extremely time consuming. So, large jobs, you need many people to complete the work. Existing customers are your best network. Always do a great quality job and people will recommend you. Word of mouth is the best way to get work. Likewise, if you're working for an employer and you're not self-employed, as I was, you are representing their business, your employer's business, and your positive actions will keep you in constant work. Trying to stay ahead of industry trends. Current trendy fashions change regularly in our industry, e.g. colours, paper hanging, decorative paint finishes. At the moment, wallpaper and decorative paint finishes are back in fashion after approximately 15 years of not being around. A lot of wallpapering and was removed and painted over. A lot of decorative finishes were removed and painted over. Now they're being reproduced again. Venetian plaster is another market some painters are pursuing. So that's a plaster finish, but it's been taken on by a lot of painters. So how do you keep track of things? Industry association. Home improvement magazines generally show current trends or fashions. Check with interior designers. Check paint manufacturers' websites and keep contact with paint reps. They know what the current trends are. Beginners should master their crafts first, so basic painting, master that first, but keep an interest in what is happening. Perhaps have extra training in trends such as Venetian plaster and texture coatings. There are easy ways to look up things online, many sites available for information on specific skills. Research current projects that are happening around your state or in your area. Check history of trends. Maybe a trend which occurred 20 years ago is now current again. And I've said that before. Piece of advice of somebody getting into this skill: you must make sure you have no allergies to solvents or paints. In other words, you get paint on your skin and you flare up, and it's not a good idea to be in this industry. And you need to be comfortable at working at heights. We work on ladders and scaffold constantly. Sometimes it can be just one step. Sometimes we can be 6 metres up or more. So you have to be confident in working on heights. If you are not, and you have allergies, probably not the industry for you. Any misunderstandings about painting? Basically, the public don't realise we are a trade. Anyone can do painting, no skill involved. Television home improvement shows always show and view contestants painting themselves and finishing work in one night. This is not reality. Employers in our industry have trouble finding good painters with adequate skills. Painting and decorating is on the skills shortage list in Australia. Apprenticeships are a must to continue the standard of quality work in Australia. Is there anything I wanted to know when I first started? Not really, because I actually researched the trade well before I commenced. That's what you should do with any trade that you get into. It takes a lot of years to get your training. You put a lot of time in. You want to know what's required, and if it's something, we prefer that you stay in the industry. One thing when you're hiring or mentoring, what do I look for in new people? I look for passion, enthusiasm, and a genuine interest to excel in our trade. Biggest lesson I've learned so far is to gain as many different skills within your trade so you can offer customers or employers a more valuable tradesperson. How has our industry changed over the years? I have always had a high regard for our career. I'm proud to have been involved with painting and decorating trade for many years. A slight worrying trend is an increase across Australia of brush hands who just pick up a brush and call themselves painters. We are a trade that people tend to think requires no skill. It is actually the opposite. Painters and decorators use hundreds of different types of paints, different substrates, fillers, tools and equipment. There is actually a lot to know. The wrong product used due to lack of knowledge results in paint defects such as peeling, blistering and many other problems. A qualified painter and decorator will know how to ensure these will not occur and how to correct them if defects have occurred due to another painter's mistakes. This, unfortunately, paint defects in our industry is a common problem. You can never learn enough about painting and decorating. I am extremely passionate about the decorating side of our trade. Approximately 5 years ago, when I'd still been involved with the trade for many, many years, I did some extra training in gilding, which was gold leaf, with a view of working on more furniture. I'd like to practice more with trompe-l'oeil, which is imitating, it's basically like doing paintings, but making them look like they've got perspective, like they're disappearing into the distance. So painting and portraits is part of a trade that I want to get into further. What I'd like people to remember about our job, I say this: quality, 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 always a priority, and just be a happy, polite tradesperson for people to have in their homes and their offices. And that's it. I wish everybody the best in pursuing their careers. Thank you.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
To all the competitors this year at WorldSkills, remember to embrace the opportunity. It's not just about competing and showcasing your skills, but about learning from each other, building connections and challenging yourself. My advice for young people would be, if you're thinking about taking up a trade, go for it. There are so many opportunities and pathways for you. Don't let any stereotypes deter you. You get to build real things, work with a great team and see your projects come to fruition, which is really rewarding.
So important.
The National Championships and Skills Show is so important because not only does it show how valuable our tradespeople are, but it also inspires our future generations to want to take up a trade. It's a real showcase of the skills and mindset that tradespeople have. It also helps shift the mindset around what a successful career can look like. To all the visitors and school groups at the show today, I would say be open-minded, ask questions, get around it, support each other and cheer each other on. If you're interested in a career in construction, I would say follow your passion and just give it a go. You'll be amazed at what you can achieve if you apply yourself. Woo!
What excites us most about being part of the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships and Skills Show is the chance to celebrate the incredible talent and passion that drives our industry forward. It's also an opportunity to connect with future tradespeople and to share what McNab's all about, which is supporting young people to challenge themselves and to be their best. Events like this bring energy, inspiration and pride to the trades, which is something we're proud to be a part of. At this year's WorldSkills, we're excited to have one of our own apprentices competing in the carpentry category, a great reflection of the talent we're developing here at McNab. We'll also be on site with an interactive exhibit offering insights into the construction industry. People can chat with our team and learn more about our apprenticeship, cadetship and pathways programs, and it's a fantastic opportunity for people to connect with us and explore what a career in construction with McNab could look like. Events like the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships are so important for Australia's future workforce. They highlight the high level of skill and precision needed to succeed in a trade and give apprentices a chance to test themselves in a competitive environment. It's also an opportunity to inspire, educate and engage the next generation, showing what's possible and why a career in the trades is something to be really proud of. Our partnership with WorldSkills aligns perfectly with our core values of care, passion and growth. These events celebrate the same things that we stand for, which is supporting people to grow and doing what they love with purpose and passion. It's about building skills, diversity, confidence and a stronger, more capable workforce for our industry and Australia.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I'm a qualified pastry chef and baker and a former competitor in the 2022 WorldSkills Special Edition competition that was in Lucerne, Switzerland. I am now the Deputy Chief Judge for Bakery Competition here at the National Championships and an International Ambassador for the WorldSkills Champions Trust. So over 3 days of competition, the bakery competitors will be working on an array of products that you would learn undertaking a bakery apprenticeship. The competitors will be making everything from grained loaves to rye breads, croissants, baguette, and even a pizza. We have challenged the bakers this year by setting up a mystery box of ingredients for them to really get creative with their pizza. And of course, there will be the bread showpiece, which is a beautiful display piece or sculpture made entirely of bread products. The theme this year is Australian flora and fauna, and the judges are really excited to see what the competitors design. I have been in my industry for about 8 years now, and for as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be a pastry chef. I grew up in a house run by 2 chefs, so cooking has always been a big part of my life. I remember when I was little, my mum worked across the road from my primary school, so I used to go to work with her in the mornings and help her make the cakes and sweet treats before walking to school at 9 a.m. I've always had in my head that I wanted to work in a kitchen. I couldn't imagine myself doing anything else, and I really loved baking and the sweeter side of cooking. So as soon as I turned 17, I started a school-based apprenticeship while completing my final year of college in Year 12. Though I loved my apprenticeship and every aspect of learning and growing to become a qualified person, it was a very busy schedule. I was going to school during the day and then going to work until late hours of the night, and of course, completing all the assessments in between. So I think it's safe to say that working in a kitchen definitely helped me with my resilience and adaptability. You become very good at multitasking. My first job in the industry was at a cafe, making all the desserts and sweets for their dessert cabinet. When I started my apprenticeship, I had never worked in a kitchen professionally before, so I was starting from scratch. But that's the beauty of an apprenticeship. You get to learn the trade through doing it. I absolutely loved going to campus for training every week, and immediately after completing my pastry apprenticeship, I enrolled to do a bakery qualification as well. While I was studying this qualification, I was offered the opportunity to compete in a WorldSkills regional competition for baking. And well, 6 years later, after competing all the way through to the international level, it's such an honour to come back as a judge and an international ambassador for skills. The biggest highlight of my apprenticeship and studies was my trainer. His passion for his craft and eagerness to share his knowledge was just contagious. It's the trainers like the one I had that keep the industries going. While I was training for competitions, my trainer was one of my biggest supports. He was an endless wealth of knowledge and always had some crazy idea or recipe to try. That for me was the best part about what I do. The trial and error. Pastry and baking is such a science, so changing one little thing in a recipe or a method can give you a completely different result. And I find that so fascinating. I think in order to succeed in this field, adaptability is so necessary. I always say to any apprentice that I'm training, the mark of a good pastry chef or baker is not that they don't make mistakes, but it's how they fix and learn from them. Making a mistake and learning from them is all a part of becoming better. Time management and organisation is key when working in any kitchen or bakery. Multitasking and speed come with practice, and you do get better over time. It's also important to start with the basics. Once you have perfected the basics, then you move on to the more technical things. I think when a beginner is starting out in the field, they tend to want to learn everything all at once, which is totally understandable if you're passionate about wanting to learn your craft. However, it is important to learn step by step. The biggest piece of advice I can give to anyone wanting to enter any skill is be passionate, be curious, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. Another point I'll make is that networking within your industry is so beneficial. It is so important that whenever the opportunity arises to go and meet people within your skill. Though I get it might seem scary meeting new people, you can always feel safe at a networking event knowing that everyone there has one thing in common: passion for their skill. At an event like this here at the National Championships, it's truly eye-opening at just how powerful the passion for skills can be. For me especially, through the competitions, I have met many people in my skill from all around the world. I have learnt so much from watching how my friends and colleagues overseas make or do something, and I still keep in contact with many of my fellow competitors from my competition. I absolutely love seeing their inspiration pop up on my social media. I have found that trends for bakery have to be one of the most viral categories out there, and I love seeing my skill highlighted in this way. Reflecting on my career this far is so interesting. Thanks to WorldSkills and the opportunities it has provided, not only nationally but globally, I have achieved what feels like a lifetime of experience and achievements into a few short years. A career highlight for me is having the opportunity to represent my country at a global competition and being appointed as the Oceania representative for the WorldSkills Champions Trust for a second term. It is such an honour to be able to advocate for skills development and keep coming back to the competitions and events to support young people turning their passions into professions. I'm so excited to see what all of the competitors get up to over the next few days, and I can't wait to see the passion in their eyes as they create what they love.
Please welcome the ladies here from the Reverend City Council. Straight over here, Tiana from the graduate program. So we have Tiana and Danielle. Please welcome the ladies here from the Reverend City Council. Straight over here, Tiana from the graduate program. So we have Tiana and Danielle.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus, full-time, part-time, and open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
Hi, I'm Nanad from the cookery category. Over the next 3 days, we're going to be doing a mixture of entrees, mains and desserts. The competitors have been given quite a few challenges this time around. We're doing a couple of mystery items as well. We've got a mystery tasting plate as well, which we've never done before, so they're going to have to guess from the plate that they're given what ingredients we've used and recreate it. So we've got quite a few challenging days coming up. Growing up, I've always been surrounded by food. My grandmother and mum were always at home cooking. My dad's also a very big fan of cooking. I've always been surrounded by food, and when I was in high school, I was picking between basically being a chef or a pilot. My creative side generally led me to the cooking side. There's a lot more scope for creativity in that field, so I was particularly drawn to baking and pastry because of the precise nature of it, and I think it was an easy decision as soon as I left high school to go straight into an apprenticeship. I went and started a 4-year apprenticeship back then and 2 years at TAFE, finished up at the Park Hyatt Hotel and then moved straight into a junior commis chef role at a new restaurant. In high school, while most people were getting jobs running papers or supermarket or fast food, I actually got a job at a seafood restaurant. This was my first taste of the hospitality industry. I absolutely fell in love with the chaos of it, the pressure, the service side. The food was absolutely amazing as well. And I think that's what ultimately sort of changed my mind to go into the industry and become a chef. So what a lot of people don't know is during high school I actually did hospitality as one of my subjects. I was actually exposed to WorldSkills back then. It was before VETIS existed. We actually went to ride TAFE and I competed in restaurant service in a mock comp, and one of our other classmates actually got selected to represent at the regional level. That was the first experience of WorldSkills that I ever got, and also probably part of the reason why I decided to compete myself in cookery when I had the opportunity. I think the exciting thing about our industry is that it's constantly changing. Food trends are coming in continuously. We went through everything from burgers to freak shakes at one point. And I think that's what draws me to the industry and keeps me passionate about it as well. There's always something new to learn. My biggest advice for anyone wanting to get into the field is try to learn as many skills as possible. It's a dying art form and something that's a shame about our industry. A lot of stuff's being pre-manufactured, and if there's any advice I'd give to anyone is learn everything. Learn how to butcher, learn how to temper chocolate, do everything, and I think those skills transfer really well into any workplace, so it makes you more employable long term. And from an employer's perspective, I always look for that passion, the passion for the industry, passion for food and service. It's what makes it really enjoyable to work with people in our industry, and it'd be my biggest advice to anyone wanting to get into it.
My name's Kim Stanton and I'm Deputy Chief for the Open Cookery category this year. I'm from Western Australia, and our comp is run over 3 days, 2 courses per day that the competitors need to produce. They're given a criteria around whether it's a vegetarian entree or a seafood entree or a dessert, and then they produce those dishes for the judges to judge for each day. And then their age group for open cookery is between 18 to 21, and they get to do some amazing and put their personality on the plate. I guess how I want to get started is what was my journey and what my pathway was for industry. I started as a hospitality group training student a very long time ago, where they would put you out into different restaurants and you would come back and then you might get it put out to another restaurant. What made me get interested into my industry? My dad was a bit of a cook, and so from about the age of 10 I've always wanted to be cooking in the kitchen. And the way I did that is I left school in year 10 and went to an apprenticeship back in those days. And so an apprenticeship was 3 years back then. I've been cooking for 30 years. I love my industry. I was inspired when I started to get into the training and doing my apprenticeship to go further. And about 12 months in, I decided that this was definitely the way to go. So I started off very nervous at the start, and then as I got into my industry, I started to move around to restaurants and see different types of cooking techniques, and then I decided to open my own business. And so I went into my own business, and so for about 10 years I ran my own cafe where I employed lots of apprentices along the way. Some of the challenges at the start were getting used to working weekends and working at nights, and that's not always a great thing. But you soon learn that there's other people in your industry that are also working those hours. So, you got to meet new people and new friends. So even though my social life changed a lot, which is definitely something that young ones today want to make sure they've got a bit of a social life, I did find that I could still have a great social life outside of work. The other thing I get asked a lot about is why did I get into education? So after I was cooking in the industry for about 20 years, I decided to go into the vet sector, and I started training apprentices myself. And then what happened is I was tapped on the shoulder one day and said, would you like to run a competition? And since 2008 I've been running competitions for lots of different associations, but WorldSkills being one of them. And since 2008 I've been part of WorldSkills. What I love about this competition is it's for competitors from about the age of 16 to 21, and it's great. I've also been across to international as well a couple of times, which it can take you very many different avenues. Nowadays, I'm a bit old school, nowadays there's lots of different pathways for students to take. They can start as a pre-apprentice, where they're doing 3 days at school and then 2 days at TAFE. They can do a school-based apprenticeship, where they've got some days with the TAFE and some days they're getting paid to work, so that's a great option as well. And what I like about those options is you can actually work out if this is the kind of industry you want to be in. So you can do those kind of school-based apprenticeships, still get your certificate 12 and still go to do the school balls and all the things that you love, but also get a career pathway and be definitely on the road to getting your apprenticeship. It can take a lot of time off your apprenticeship when you leave school and you only have maybe 1 year left to do. So that's always a good thing. What do I know now that I wish I'd known is a really great thing to sort of tell people. I wish I got into competitions when I was an apprentice, and I didn't. I got into competitions and became a trainer and a mentor, and I kind of wish I had been a competitor myself. So I think that's a great way for young people to get around a lot of other young people who are also passionate about their same industry. I think that's a really good benefit, and you get this camaraderie and this what I call WorldSkills family. So you start competing and then you realise you've got someone in every state that's doing the same as you. So that's always a great thing, and you get to learn from each other. What I also find in every competition is the competitors learn off each other. So one competitor is cooking something different, they've never seen it before, they get to see it. Even us judges, we get to see things that we might not have seen before as well. I get asked a lot, how do I stay up to industry standards and how do I still keep the industry skills out there? Look, social media is great for that. Instagram, TikTok, all those, social media platforms are great for seeing what's happening. But there's also tapping into, I go back to industry, I also, go and work in industry still, to be part of knowing what's going on and what's happening out there. So as part of being a judge, my pathway when I got into vet training is to be a judge, and then from there I've become right up to deputy chief now, and gone to international comps as well. And yeah, so I think our industry for cookery is a fantastic industry. I think when you love cooking, my only advice to most people who get into our industry is it's got to be something that you don't just want to make something on the weekend. That's sort of something that is a hobby. This is a career pathway, and you need to think about it as a career pathway and think about all the journeys. And you don't just have to be a chef and standing in the kitchen. I went and did my full degree at university, so I left in year 10, and now I have a full bachelor's degree in education and training. So I know people who have become salesmen, dietitians. They've become working on boats in Europe, on yachts. This career can lead you to many other avenues and not just cookery. It has a breadth of, I know, chefs that have become butchers and bakers and patisseries. So yeah, it's definitely a journey that can start off and make you go into other areas. Cooking's just the start. Stop.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus, full-time, part-time, and open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today. Because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
A range of projects is what I enjoy the most about working at McNabb.
From housing, schools, high-rises to world-class industrial facilities, you name it, we do it.
At McNabb, you've got so many career opportunities. Whatever progression you want to take, McNabb will support you.
Other than working on great projects, you're privileged enough to work with great people that end up becoming great mates.
If you're thinking about taking a job with McNabb, do it. You won't regret it.
MTA New South Wales supports all training across all specialisms. As a member organisation, non-for-profit, we excel in training young students across the whole of New South Wales and ACT and promote best practices within their businesses. It's important for MTA to be able to benchmark its products against all of its peers within the industry, make sure that our training products are future fit and best serve the industry as we see fit. It also is a great opportunity for school students, careers officers and parents basically to be able to see all trades within the in the industry to compete against each other. It gives them an opportunity to focus on which part of the industry they want to go to, whether it's hairdressing or whether it's automotive, construction. It's a great opportunity for all parties involved to have access to all of the options for their future careers. MTA is quite active in advocacy for training across the whole of New South Wales and the ACT. We have campaigns running currently at the moment called Drive Your Future, which is really aimed at parents, careers officers, schools, students, peers, to understand about what's involved in the automotive industry and the different sectors within that. Now, everybody probably looks at the automotive career as being a technician or a mechanic, but in essence, the whole industry is wide, from salespeople, parts people, to painters, light vehicle, heavy vehicle, motorcycle. So it's a really wide career path that these people can take, and we're actively pushing and driving that message across the whole of those cohorts of people to make sure that they're aware that the industry is actively involved. Skills trades are important because they're a baseline of their future career. So certainly in the automotive trade, you know, starting off as a light vehicle technician and working your way through to being a foreman, workshop controller, service manager, and even owning your own business at the end of that. It's important that, you know, people can see past just it being an apprenticeship and a trade that they're starting off with, and being a real future career path for them. And certainly entrepreneurship is important and keeps our industry flowing. From my classic example is I started off as an apprentice in a little seaside town in Wales in the UK, and pursued my career path and passion, and ended up all over the world with a well-known brand, and travelled many times around the world with that brand, and ended up in Australia and ended up in New South Wales. And yeah, I'm now heading up the training organisation for MTA. So I think, you know, as far as a message to future apprentices out there and apprentices undertaking this this competition is that there's endless career paths for you. Partnerships with the WorldSkills for the MTA is really, really important, and especially for the industry. You know, often people just think of the automotive industry as being a technician, a mechanic, but really, in essence, we have lots of competitions within the automotive sector. So, for instance, we've got the light vehicle, the motorcycle, panel and paint, heavy vehicle, auto elect. So they get an opportunity to see that the industry is a lot broader than what you know, many people perceive it to be. So in essence, it's a great opportunity for us to promote the automotive industry and the specialisms within that. I think it's important that the school students that are attending the event have an opportunity to talk to some of the competitors and some of the judges that are there. It's important that they get an opportunity to see all of the different trades that are available to them for their future career. Not only just the automotive trade, but all the other trades that are there, demonstrating their skills and abilities. It's important that they get the right career advice and make their career choice based off something that they can see themselves building a career and future business with.
My name is Sean Holland and I am the Chief Judge for the Automotive Mechanics Competition. The automotive mechanics competition will take place over 3 days, featuring 5 individual projects that will test a wide range of skills. Participants will tackle engine management and diagnostics, which will assess their ability to identify and resolve engine performance issues, braking, steering and suspension system inspection and repair, focusing in on critical safety and handling components, electrical systems, testing their expertise in diagnosing and repairing automotive electrical and electronic systems, manual transmission inspection and measurement, which will evaluate precision and knowledge of drivetrain components. Engine overhaul and measurement do require meticulous attention to detail in disassembly, measurement and reassembly. Each project highlights a vital area of automotive mechanics, ensuring a comprehensive challenge for all competitors. When I was a child, we didn't have much money to repair my bicycle, so I grabbed my dad's tools and started to work it out for myself. This included repairing tyre tubes, replacing tyres and general maintenance to keep it working. As I grew, I found some of my neighbours were automotive mechanics, and I regularly found myself spending time and helping them repair cars. So it seemed like a natural progression. My neighbour, his name was Daryl, who inspired me. He was always working on awesome cars, classic cars, things like that, and I looked up to him. He said that he thought that I had a natural skill, so I guess it was Daryl who fanned those flames. Yes, it was the first time I replaced a carby on the family vehicle that wouldn't start. Hearing it roar back into life made me realise this was what I wanted to do, solving problems and bringing machines back to their best. As I was leaving school, I was looking at becoming an accountant. I completed work experience in an accounting firm, but the experience I received made me understand the job really wasn't for me. It's not like I didn't understand. At the time I didn't like the idea of being stuck in a small office, filling out paperwork every day. At the beginning, understanding the complexity of all different mechanical and electrical systems and diagnosing issues accurately was a challenge. It was overwhelming at times, but it motivated me to learn more, ask questions and gain hands-on experience. Overcoming those challenges built my confidence and made me a better mechanic today. Patience and problem solving were key qualities that helped me succeed. Diagnosing issues often requires careful observation and persistence, while creativity helps in finding effective solutions, especially for complex or unconventional problems. A genuine curiosity about how things work also kept me motivated to keep learning and improving. My training I received was all non-formal, coming from working with my neighbours when they were working on cars. Although I did apply for a pre-apprenticeship, I was lucky to have gained an apprenticeship at the same time. During my high school time, I was fortunate enough to be provided a range of classes outside mainstream subjects. These included classes like woodwork, metalwork and automotive. It was a combination of these 3 classes, on top of maths and science, that provided me with the knowledge and skills and supported me during my apprenticeship. As part of my apprenticeship training, additional after-hours classes were also available. This course was called Certificate 2 in Automotive Engineering. A friend and I worked towards this certificate at night class. These classes took my apprenticeship training much further by providing much more depth of understanding on specific systems of the motor vehicle. I would have loved to extend my knowledge and skills into machining of parts, engine reconditioning, blocks, cylinder heads and the like, and all those other internal engine components. I would also have liked to have learnt panel and paint for restoration purposes of classic and vintage cars. Research is the key. I find myself always researching new model vehicles, new technologies, etc. Automotive website subscriptions also help. I also enrol in after-hour classes like Repco Master Tech. The best educational training I would suggest would be to complete a Certificate 2 vocational course or complete a pre-apprenticeship course. The first job I received after becoming qualified was actually a manual gearbox rebuild. I hadn't done one by myself before, so I treaded carefully and took my time. My biggest standout in my career was being offered the opportunity to become a specialist Nissan R32 GDR technician, as there are only 2 technicians from every state that were provided this opportunity. I really felt proud. From day one, I was put with qualified mechanics who supported me throughout my entire time. We were governed by the training at the time. The industry has moved to electrical and electronic controls, which adds significant complexity to the motor vehicle. Every day is different and the challenges change day by day as we worked on all aspects of the car. Hand skills, attention to detail, willingness to learn, and very helpful would be the STEM skills. Repetition and hard work. Our hands and our extension to our hands, being our tools, are our single most utilised. People skills and dealing with owners who don't understand automotive technology. Communication skills are critical, willingness to ask questions. Work hard, study hard, and you'll be fine. We have met so many like-minded people over the years and expands our knowledge base. Make many connections as possible. WorldSkills, TAFE network while you're in training, car clubs and online classrooms. Be friendly and honest, maintaining contact with these groups and people. New futuristic designs, battery electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell technology, autonomous vehicles and ADAS. ADAS stands for Advanced Driver Assist Systems. Online research and industry subscriptions. Focus on the basics first. The more technical things become easier over time. Go Auto, enthusiast car clubs, OEM websites would be just a few to start with. Based on if the workplace requires it. Stay focused. There's a lot to learn and technology changes so quickly. We're not grease monkeys. It's not a dirty industry game. We are now a high technical industry. Network computer systems, CAN bus, LIN systems, amongst many computerised network systems. It is critical as it learns your base skills. You need to work while you learn and experience hands-on activities. I knew I was getting into it as I researched before I chose my career. Confident personality and a willingness to ask questions. We're not looking for arrogance. The biggest lesson I've learned so far? Well, it's a lifelong learning process due to technology, and don't take everyone's advice as true and correct, because they may not necessarily know either. The automotive career has changed significantly over the years. It's much more technical, increasing stress levels of apprentices, and industry expect a lot from the modern apprentice. My goals haven't really changed much. They change as we move through various sectors within our industry though. For example, as an automotive technician and then becoming a TAFE lecturer, being a board member on the training council and being a business owner. What's my next part of my career? Retirement actually. I'm getting close to it and everyone has to think about it. My career has served me well and I'm looking forward to the next chapter of my retirement. I hope that people remember about my work that I had a positive impact on their trade as a lecturer and also in life depending on the life skills I've provided them.
Hi, my name's Mark Harper. I'm the Chief Judge for Veris Automotive at WorldSkills. The competition is over 3 days. The Veris Automotive competition will take place in the convention centre, featuring 6 individual projects that test a wide range of skills. Participants will tackle cylinder head and timing chain removal and reinstall, assessing their ability to correctly remove and install engine components. Then they move on to braking system inspection and service. This focuses on critical safety and understanding of how brake components work. Then they move on to electrical system inspection and service, testing their expertise in diagnosing and identifying automotive and electronic systems in a safe and controlled manner. Then they move on to cooling system service inspection and they evaluate a vehicle cooling system and components, and they have to describe how a cooling system functions in a motor vehicle. Then after that they move on to measuring tools and equipment. This requires attention to detail in measurement and the use of hand tools. So this is checking manual dexterity and their ability to use technical measuring tools to their full extent. The final competition they will be undertaking will be vehicle body, underbody and tyres. This tests their ability to accurately report on a vehicle's underbody components, and it mainly relies on time management because there's quite a few components within this unit, so time management is critical. Each of the projects highlights a vital area of automotive mechanics, ensuring a comprehensive challenge for all the competitors, but it is based around the Cert 2 automotive qualifications that they would be undertaking in a school-based environment. My personal journey into automotive started when I was a young boy. I was always helping my dad service and repair the family cars, and then I started to fix my motocross bikes. This gave me a grounding in how mechanical products work. The things that really inspired me were being able to fix mechanical things and get things working. That really fired me up, and it just followed on. My father had a construction firm and he wanted me to go into that, but I felt my pathway lay in automotive. I enjoyed it so much, and I just sort of dropped into the automotive scene pretty quickly and really enjoyed it. I did think about another career pathway later on in my life. I enjoy house restoration, and I restored my cottage in the UK, 230-year-old oak-beamed cottage, and I really enjoyed that, and I did think of doing a career change midlife, but I didn't. When I undertook my apprenticeship, some of the major challenges I faced were the understanding of complex and difficult mechanical and electrical systems, and diagnosing issues accurately was a challenge. It was overwhelming at times, but it motivated me to learn more and ask questions and gain hands-on experience. Overcoming these challenges built my confidence and made me a better automotive technician mechanic. The qualities you require to work in the automotive industry are patience and problem solving, were key qualities that help me succeed. Diagnosing issues often requires careful observation and persistence, while creativity helps in finding effective solutions, especially for complex or unconventional problems. Motor vehicles can occasionally throw up a curveball that most testing methods will not show up, so you have to think outside of the box sometimes. A genuine curiosity about how things work also kept me motivated to keep learning and improving within this sector. The training I received, I did my training in the UK, and I did non-formal training with friends and family where I fixed family vehicles, then moving on to securing an apprenticeship with BMW in the UK, and that gave me the formal training, which is based on the City and Guilds, pretty much the same as the training in Australia. I enjoyed the hands-on work during my time, and I was fortunate to be provided with a range of classes outside of mainstream subjects. These classes included woodwork, metalwork and automotive. It was a combination of these three classes on top of maths and science that provided me with the knowledge and skills which supported me during my apprenticeship. As part of my apprenticeship training, I did additional BMW training classes. These were solely based around the product I worked on during my apprenticeship. These classes took my apprenticeship training a lot further and more in depth to cater for what BMW expected from their future technicians. This was really fun because you went to BMW training school and you met other apprentices just like yourself that were experiencing the same issues and same dramas that you were experiencing, and it was helpful to talk to other apprentices and go over some of the issues you were facing. There's not much you don't learn in automotive. It's a really comprehensive training pathway that enables you to work on a myriad of systems on the motor vehicle. Researching is a key to making your apprenticeship successful. Don't just rely on the bookwork you're giving at TAFE or your RTO. Do your own research, go on the internet, look up things. If you're working on a vehicle, go on the internet or look things up. There's lots and lots of information out there that will help you to increase your diagnostic skills. If you wanted to get into automotive, I would strongly suggest that you complete a Cert 2 vet course or complete a pre-apprenticeship course. This will give you a grounding as to whether you A, would like to continue in this trade, or B, you think perhaps that's not for me. We're happy that you do that. If you like it, great. Then you can move on to a Cert 3 apprenticeship with a suitable training provider. This gives you a qualification that is recognised across Australia and recognised across the world. So you can work outside of Australia once you're qualified. It opens a lot of doors to a lot of outlets. One of the big moments in my life was when I started my own business. I reached the point with my mechanical training and working at BMW that I realised I could start my own business. this, I did, and I went on to specialise in motorsport, and that opened another avenue for me to enjoy automotive mechanics in a different setting, in a fast-paced environment. Motorsport to me was a fantastic environment to learn in, and a lot of interesting different skills you need in motorsport, team management, etc. So I progressed through that. I spent close on 20 years running my own race team. We raced BMWs and Porsches, and I went all over the UK, all over Europe, and worked on some really expensive and really nice cars. And that for me was the pinnacle of my training. I then sold that business in 2004 and decided to move to Australia. My career then took another turn when I arrived in Australia. I took a job with a training organisation overseeing apprentices, and that was fun. I was imparting my knowledge back to young apprentices, and I found that really enjoyable. Following that, I now work for a company that we advise the Western Australian state government on training and employment needs. I find this very, very interesting, and I meet a lot of different people in the automotive sector and engineering sectors, and it gives me an avenue to progress my skills and my knowledge to other people, and also to shape the way training is utilised in Western Australia. I've also sat on several federal government bodies advising federal government on automotive training needs, and that too has given me a sense of pride that over the years I've gained all this automotive experience, and now it can be utilised to further enhance automotive training delivery in Australia. I've also, as a taken, I'm a volunteer for WorldSkills. I absolutely love WorldSkills. It's a challenge, and I love the competitive edge that it provides, and the skill level of the competitors blows me away every year. It increases every year, and it's a fun 3 days. Well, we try and make it fun. It's a stressful 3 days, but it's a great opportunity to the students to showcase their skills and say, hey, I could be the best in Australia. And that's a pretty good feeling. The medal ceremony is a fantastic, uplifting experience, and it provides you with a sense of pride in today's future workforce. I think it's a wonderful thing. My advice, finally, to anyone thinking of going into the automotive profession is, look, it's not easy. It's a hard slog. There's lots of tension, and some days you'll think, do I really want to do this? But push through and continue, get your Cert 3, and like I say, it will open up a lot of doors for you. It opened up a lot of doors for me, and I have no regrets as to the career pathway I took. I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and it's been a good life for me. And that's where I think I'll end.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Barrow, the Chief Judge of Retail Butchery at this year's 2025 WorldSkills Championships. And over the 3 days of the Retail Butchery competition, we'll be seeing 8 of Australia's best young butchers demonstrating skill, speed and precision across those 3 days, working on pork, lamb and beef, with a focus on technical aspects which we use to meet our customer needs, including sausage making speed test. We were doing knife sharpening, beef breakup, and a mystery box skill challenges. So testing those key areas that we need to see in industry. When I first started my personal story, the interest in the career that I found I was working part-time after school, and on a Saturday I fell in love with the craft that turned into an apprenticeship. I was fascinated by the way that butchers would be able to turn a carcass into retail cuts and back it up with that confident knowledge to the customer. I was in love straight away. And then combined at 15, starting an apprenticeship, you got to work, learning this artisan craft, but you also got to earn some money. How good is that? Fantastic. Now, thinking about the people that helped me along the way, I looked for inspiration from the butchers that I work with, and that also started when I did work experience. How happy they were. I was amazed. Must have been something in the meat, I think. But everyone was very happy, willingness to help you, but also to help guide you, not only with their knowledge, but help to build your skill level and most importantly, your confidence when you're a main feature in the community. I think back when I first started, was this what I wanted to do? Definitely. It felt right from the beginning. Just learning about all the meat cuts and how to prepare, cook and enjoy them, and provide that vital customer advice to make others in the community celebrities in their own kitchen, and most importantly on their barbecues. What goes better? Meat on the barbecue, fantastic. And thinking there was nothing else that I wanted to do. Once I started my career, I was in love with it straight away. Like with any trade, there are some challenges. One for me was the hours of work that I commenced, particularly coming from school, but I got used to them very quickly, and you certainly become to appreciate payday. Additionally, the strength that was required when you're working with these carcasses, you certainly didn't need to go to the gym. So there's bonuses in that area as well. I think looking at the qualities that I've picked up and helped me to succeed, I think active listening was certainly one aspect that I used. One, to help receive feedback, both good and bad. Having the patience to perform the tasks, and being patient while you're developing the precision that's required in this skill set, and then that would bring on speed. Now, combining all those helps shape you into a person that's going to be highly sought after, not only in their own business, but in other businesses as well. When I started my training, I attended one day at TAFE, New South Wales, and that was combined with on-the-job training. Now, that training consisted of a 4-year apprenticeship where you do your registered training with the TAFE, and then you'd practice those and hone those skills back in the workplace under the support of I had a mentor, which was one of the leading butchers, but also the employer. The hands-on learning I discovered at school and at home set me up for a hands-on trade. At that time I wasn't thinking butchery, but I wouldn't change a thing. Thinking about the skills that you pick up at school through your different technical subjects, those subjects you use your hands all the time, and those skills that you pick up are very transferable, and particularly into the butchery aspect. TAFE training and support from qualified staff in the workplace, very important that you have that support. And I think the communication and industry competitions, online research and industry alignment all help to build what is happening in your industry, new trends, but also making sure that you can benchmark against those other businesses that we work alongside. I think the main thing is when you're learning is combining your training with a highly regarded registered training organisation and a supportive workplace, not only from the employer, the fellow work colleagues, but never forget the support that you get from your people at home. That family support is vital when you're starting out in a new career, particularly as an apprentice. Looking at my journey, I started off as an apprentice butcher. I loved every moment of learning the artisan craft of butchery, combined with the essential life skills that I picked up. I got to learn about finance, got to learn about many different things, especially cooking. It's something that I'm very proud about. But looking back to the main task that I started with was making mince, making sausages, breaking beef, breaking lamb, preparing all these retail cuts, including pork and value-added items, and then I got on to learning my small goods trade. So it's very busy. You get to learn many different things, but also at that same time, you're at the front and center of the community as well. So you have to think on your feet, be able to communicate with your customers, but give them the experience that they're after. And anyone will tell you, starting a trade, there's going to be some big moments in your career. And one for me, successfully completing an apprenticeship, I was amazed. And that happened for me at the age of 19. I was very young, but I was very determined to keep on learning. So from that, I became a tradesperson. I then went on to manage businesses, quite high profile businesses. And then I successfully completed a university degree, showing that you can transfer from a trade, a skill set, and then further your career into a path. For me, that was in teaching the industry, teaching the meat trades. Another big moment in my career, I actually got to represent Australia in butchery in a Tri-Nations competition between New Zealand and England and Australia in 2015. That was a highlight for me, one, to have my skills recognised, but to be able to do it while I'm working at TAFE New South Wales, taking back that passion and that skill level to the future apprentices. It was certainly something I'm very, very proud of. I think we can't do it alone. Mentors and the people we look up to are vital in our industry and also in our learning. And fortunate for me, every workplace I've been in, I've learnt something, and I've used that to build the skills and knowledge. And you never forget your mentors. The people that allocate the time to you and get to support you, you'll find that they quite often, they spend the whole journey with you. And I'm very, very appreciative of the people that I started with. Lucky breaks are certainly something that help get you ahead. And I think the lucky break for me was moving from the one workplace that I started at, where I was there for 9 years as a successful apprentice, a head shopman, and then a business manager. It was like learning my trade again. But you need to take these opportunities with excitement, opportunity, and focus on the things you can learn. So I was very excited about learning more in the small goods area, learning more about the cooking and the connection between the paddock and the plate. Attending farm visits, attending industry events where you would see some of the best practice. And today I get to judge some of these things. Not only judge at WorldSkills, but get to judge at the Royal Easter Show and different events. So it's certainly something that's really helped shaped where I think looking at the challenges that are in the industry. When I first started, there was a lot of hard work, no doubt. There was manual handling, but you certainly benefit from these things. One, to make sure your skill level and your knife actions was fantastic, but you also got to showcase what you could produce to your customers. Excellent feeling. And things I like most about the work that I was doing, I think supplying quality products to customers' specifications, providing that correct cooking advice was certainly something special. Customers would return commenting on how good and made them look to their family and friends. And today's about giving those students the skills to succeed in a world that has shifted in skills needs and employers' customers' expectation. Good thing is, in our communities, the butchery is held in high regard, and as one of the oldest trades, we have the capacity and the capability to evolve to customers' demand. We've demonstrated that for many, many years. The top tricks and something you need to excel in the retail butchery area. One is the safety aspect, so looking at the safe, effective knife control, because the less cuts you make, the more money you make. Safe manual handling. Always think about your safety, bending the knees, keeping your back straight when you're lifting heavy things, but also be patient when you're learning. Patience is very important to make sure you get that precision and that control. I think precision is very, very important in a lot of trades that you'll see at this year's WorldSkills, but in butchery, you're going to see precision is of the utmost importance. And to build that precision, it comes with our practice, and that knife use is most dominant. I think don't be afraid of feedback either, good or bad, as I mentioned earlier. That feedback helps shape your abilities moving forward. Important things that I had to learn on my own. I think throughout my training, some of the theory aspects was learnt off-site, but the hands-on skills development was a winner for me. Be patient, punctual, be active in your listening, but be prepared to do all tasks, not just the favourite jobs. I think in many trades we get focused on the money areas. We need to focus on everything that builds to that final sale. And in retail butchery, it starts from that basics in the carcass or from a carton. So it's amazing what individuals can do. I think advice to succeed in this field, if you love good food, acquiring artisan skills and the knowledge that comes with that to help the community around you, this is a career for you. I think looking where I've been, the support you get from your workplaces, but most importantly, the relationships you build, it is quite empowering. Also, once you're working, the networking helps to profile people. I think the profiling of yourself and sharing of ideas and remain updated with current trends that are happening across your industry and the industries around you. Because in retail butchery, we're very fortunate. We're in the whole food industry, so we're a part of that. So we're very, very fortunate. Further advice would be find a mentor or a few mentors, set goals, and be prepared to step outside of your comfort zone. I think we need to, in order to succeed, you need to, one, have support, but you need to be able to take that extra step on your own, where you can connect with people. And in today's society, with the amount of events that are held, whether it's by Meat Livestock Australia or Australian Pork, the many industry competitions that are held across Australia and internationally, online workshops and forums, but it's all about doing your research as well. We have many opportunities around us where you can further increase your knowledge through training, but also through the online presence. I think some of the students that I've seen over many years, that they love the YouTube clips. There's many great things being demonstrated across the globe, and that is something we're very lucky to see and have access to. It's so easy. Now, in building your work relationships, I think most importantly, as individuals, we need to be genuine, need to have a presence and remain honest. I think you focus on those three things, you will have a great stepping stone to where you need to be. Combine that with active listening and being able to accept feedback and improve from that feedback goes a long way to helping that rapport within your workplace, but also those relationships external to work. I think if you want to keep in touch and grow your network, go online, join LinkedIn, profile yourself, but be present. Go to different events. Let people know who you are. Introduce yourself. Go to external meetings and also celebrate your success. So show people online of the products that you're making. It's quite incredible what we can show the communities that we work and live in. Now, staying ahead of our industry's trends is vital, and I think retail butchery has done this better than most trades. We've had to, otherwise we would not be still surviving. When you think about where we started many years ago to where we are today and being able to survive and prosper through the COVID period, that shows that we are a trade that is vital for our communities. And looking at the exciting trends that are happening right now, it's about building that ready-to-eat portfolio, having that online presence, that global opportunity, But also you need to make sure you attend industry events. At these events, you're not only there looking at what other people are doing, but you are also building up your own knowledge. To help build that, recommend that you subscribe to industry announcements. The Butchers Guild is a great one, and there's some great resources on the Meat and Livestock website, the Australian Pork, the Australian Meat Industry Council, and when it comes down to training, the Meat Industry National Training Advisory Council. They are very good in some extra resources. So when it comes to trends or tech coming up, we look at in our butchery, it comes down to a couple of things. One, product viability and your customer satisfaction. If your product's going to be viable and that customer is going to have a great experience, their good news is going to travel. It's going to be a place where people come back and they want to try those products. There's a lot of products being produced, and it's great to see the creativity and also the enthusiasm from the butchers of today. It is very appetising for customers, but most importantly, the presence that people are having in their community. Now, some advice I would give to someone thinking about this skill: make the most of the learning. And it's all about learning an artisan craft, focusing on those customer areas, the paddock to plate thesis. But how can we improve? How can we improve in our sustainable aspect? How can we improve in our packaging? And how can we improve moving forward to make sure that customers are going to keep coming back? I think the lifelong learning piece is a no-brainer. It's where we all do it without doing formal training, but make the most of the training opportunities that are available. I think it's certainly going to help moving forward. Big misunderstandings about our field. I think there's probably many and varied, but one thing I want to make clear is the meat processing is one of the largest industries in Australia, with many job opportunities and career progression. I think looking at where I started as a humble apprentice butcher, now I'm working at TAFE New South Wales. I'm very appreciative of the journey, but demonstrates with hard work and commitment these jobs and other jobs throughout the industry are certainly achievable. The hands-on experience that you gain from an apprenticeship is key to any success. I think if you've got the hands-on ability at a young age, transferring those hands-on skills to a industry where you're going to benefit from that knife control, the customer service, the ability to connect, I think that is certainly going to be an excellent pathway to a qualified tradesperson. I think back when I started, I think if there's something that I knew first before I commenced, it would have been about knowing more about further career opportunities, where those career opportunities may have come faster, but given my learnings that I've picked up, I wouldn't change a thing. I've really loved the trade that I'm in, and I'm very fortunate that I'm in a position where I can assist others. Now, if I'm looking at hiring or mentoring someone, what do I look for? One, I look for qualifications. So if I'm looking for someone leaving school, I'm looking for their achievements at school. I'm looking for the passion they have for the industry. If they're someone that's finished their trade and they're looking at a different career path, and backing up through references about their demonstrated skills and knowledge and how they're going to be transferable to the task required for the new job. I think it's very important as you go through your journey, complete your pieces of paper, and as I said before, celebrate your success. Those successes, sometimes we don't celebrate those enough, and they go a long way to building your next step or your passion, where you're going next. I think the biggest lesson I've learned so far, working a job you love builds success, and it really doesn't feel like hard work at all. It's about finding that love between, and for me, that love of meat and the meat appreciation. It is certainly at the top of my list. Retail butchery's changed over the years with a major customer focus, and I think we've seen that more recently through the COVID period, and prior to that also with the paddock to plate thesis. In the industry, we're future focused. Our butchers today are smarter working with rotating rosters, and there is less manual handling, so it's something we've seen a bit of a shift in the industry where there's not only male dominance, there's more females entering our trade as well, which is great to see because they bring extra creativity, and it's great to see young females of all ages joining in. It's excellent. Now, my goals, they pretty much stayed the same. I think don't make the goals unachievable, but I think a main goal for me is always be the same. Treat people with respect to gain respect, and never stop learning and practicing. It's the practicing of the skills that we get that help us shape us into quality sought after tradespeople. So as I mentioned earlier, the goals, don't set them too big, set your goals small and celebrate those successes along the way. And have it validated by your mentor. The next step in my career, I'm looking to apply to be a TAFE New South Wales team leader, looking after food and science, including meat processing across New South Wales. In this role, I'll have a greater reach of influencing the retail butchery across the state, where I can help bring passion to these teaching teams or join their passion because they have it. But it'll be great to be guiding these teams, ensuring that our training is right in tune with where industry is today, but most importantly where we need to be for tomorrow. And I think one day when I retire, which hopefully not for many years, people will remember me as someone that's passionate, a skillful leader in the meat industry, and a person who has helped to shape the future of the trade. And it's something that I'm very proud that I am a butcher, always will be a butcher, and the future of the industry is in really good hands with the apprentices that I see today and the 8 young people that you're going to see at the 2025 WorldSkills Championships in Brisbane. Can't wait for it. Thank you.
Come on up, mate. Well done, congratulations. 8.97. Amazing. Well done.
I love this part.
It's 5 p.m. Sarah Marie is preparing one of the kids' favourites, a saucy pork stir-fry.
I think the kids will be really excited for this meal.
I'm really excited for this meal.
Told you.
Sarah Marie has produced a culinary delight for her kids. It's a pork stir-fry. Leon seems to have an opinion.
Mother dearest, when I first laid eyes on this meal, I saw brilliance embodied in a dish. A tapestry of flavour woven together with the delicate smoke-filled aura from the wok. No cap.
You said what?
Well, that was interesting. Get some pork on your wok. It's 5 p.m. Adele, her 2 kids and husband Paul are getting ready for their weekly pork stir-fry.
It's been a difficult couple of hours. I'm not sure how much more running around I've got left in me.
Adele and Paul have run out of time. With only 15 minutes left until the kids will have a tantrum, they will be hard-pressed to get a dinner out for the family.
Time's nearly up, Chef.
This is odd for the kids. They've never done that before.
Yes, we have. We say them all the time.
Adele and Paul have prepared a caramelised pork stir-fry. Will it be enough to satisfy the judges? Get some pork on your wok.
We are extremely passionate about being involved in the WorldSkills National Championships because we've been a partner of WorldSkills now for over 15 years. Our business was basically built on upskilling professional skin therapists in our industry. And today we're still very much on that mission to ensure that we see the standard of our professional skin therapists elevated within our industry. We are currently in over 92 colleges around Australia where we continue to work with private colleges and TAFEs to support the upskilling of our professional therapists, and we offer postgraduate training courses as well. So this is a very exciting opportunity for us with WorldSkills to continue on that journey of education. At Dermalogica, as I mentioned, we are extremely passionate about upskilling. That is also something that we pride on in our team within Dermalogica Australia. I can happily say we have over 100 team members that would be honoured to support you on your career journey. So no matter whether that is at the beginning of your journey and you want professional advice or career advice, it's also on your skincare journey if you would like some helpful hints and tips on how that we can get you your best skin on your journey. We are here today, but we're also here throughout the year whenever you may need to contact us to take you through your journey. So guys, I think this is a really exciting opportunity for you all as you embark on your future selves. My biggest advice to you from someone who started in the industry as a beauty therapist, or actually a hairdresser to begin with, but led into skin as a beauty therapist, now being the general manager of a global skincare company, Dermalogica, I think that you just must focus on what's important to you, take your learnings along the way, seek the advice of the people around you to help keep you on your pathway. There really is no end to or any limit to what is available out there to you in this industry. A number of the team members that work with me here in Australia actually started their journey just like you as beauty therapists and have led on now to be in marketing in our part of our business. They might even be skin coaches out on our skin bars and working in our concept stores. Some of them are actually working within our education team, delivering this wonderful education that we offer to the 92 colleges around the country and the 100,000 therapists that we train around the world. So please follow your heart, stay true to who you are, and don't give yourself a cap. Just be open and keep focused forward and lean in where you need to and bring the people along on your journey. And all the best of luck. You're at the best stage in your life, and have fun.
Hi and welcome. I'm Tracy Fern from TAFE Queensland Gold Coast at our Robina campus. I was very fortunately selected as the Chief Judge for the beauty skill area for the national competition this year in Brisbane. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about what's going to be happening across the 3 days of our competition. So competitors will engage in various beauty therapy tasks. They'll start with day one, some nail treatments, including manicures and pedicures. There'll also be some advanced facial treatments using electrical machinery. The second day will focus on some of the body treatments and body areas such as body scrubs, wraps and massages, along with some evening photographic makeup applications. The final day is where we'll have revealed on our familiarisation day a feature fantasy makeup that will also incorporate some fancy nail treatments. So competitors will create an elaborate design based on the provided theme. Throughout the competition, competitors will be judged on not only their professionalism, their ability to adhere to workplace health and safety guidelines, and of course the quality of their treatments. They will also have daily briefings with us, the judging team and panel, and familiarisation sessions to review the competition modules and the marking scales. It'll be super exciting, I'm sure, and we hope to foster a really positive and welcome environment for our competitors. So, how did I get into the industry? Well, what first really tweaked my interest was the ability to care for others. My interest in beauty therapy stemmed from a passion, as I said, of helping others feel confident and beautiful. The opportunity to be able to combine creative skills with practical skills was particularly appealing to me, so a bit of a lifelong passion of mine. There wasn't something, I suppose, that inspired me to take that career path, other than that was what my feeling was. But it was more about creating a really powerful transformation of beauty. So taking somebody's self-esteem and well-being and helping see that flourish. And I feel like this is a career that's given that to me in tenfold. I've been very, very fortunate. I guess when I think about a moment that was, yes, what do I want to do, or why do I want to do this? I realised when I started to play a little bit in that field that I had the ability to have a real impact on people's lives and how they view themselves. So that sort of solidified for me my decision to pursue this career, because I really wanted to be able to pass on my learnings and teachings, and I was very young at the time. So I suppose you call it that aha moment or the light bulb moment, where I knew that I was able to create an impact and make a difference. And an example that comes to mind is of a young client of mine at a salon that was suffering from quite cystic acne at the time. And to see her come in the early weeks with her hair over her face, you know, very low self-esteem, sort of head down, to the end of our program, speeding it up, it was head back, smile, waving at people. So to know that you've been able to educate and participate in somebody's ability to feel more confident and view themselves the way the rest of the world views them is a fairly powerful, a powerful tool, I would say. If I think about doing something totally different, the answer is absolutely not. I've been able to use beauty therapy to have a salon. I've been able to teach. I've been able to mentor. I've been able to work, most recently, obviously, in the Gold Coast. I have access to work on film sets with Movie World. I've been able to freelance makeup. Our industry is so diverse and so amazing and very flexible. It really has the capacity to be able to move and shape and change as you grow and develop in your area and your skill set. If I think about some of the challenges maybe that I might have had at the beginning, would be possibly how to manage sort of your diverse clientele. I think that's probably a little bit tricky and challenging, and more so in the teaching space, obviously educating around different learning styles, how to manage different group dynamics. But all of these things have only led me to develop my strong communication and leadership skills. So I see that it's been a two-part pie approach with that. So what became a challenge became a learning lesson, and that really enabled me to move forward in my skill set. I think some of the really important qualities that are important and will really help you succeed as a beauty therapist is definitely that passion, patience, and a bit of curiosity and creativity. They are what I consider to be the most essential qualities that will help you overcome challenges and achieve success. And that's in whatever capacity of our area, whether you're helping a client in a salon, whether you're educating in a classroom, whether you're mentoring a competitor. I believe that all of those things keep you current, keep you competent, and very, very important if you want a lifelong career in our area. Thinking about education and training, I think about sort of the education that was required to get into my skill set. So obviously I finished high school and I was very keen and eager and passionate, and I went straight in to complete my advanced diploma of beauty therapy and associated healths and sciences at the time. Since then, I've gone on to collect various educational certificates. I'm in my final year of a bachelor in education. So not a stranger to continued education, training, learning, upskilling. So always something to learn. If I think about on-the-job training and hands-on, I think that school and TAFE and your industry partners are a lot of the foundational aspects that help you leverage your learning, because if there's an opportunity for you to do some hands-on training that allows you to refine, apply your skills in those real-world settings, I believe that that's a real advantage. I think from when I learnt many, many years ago, we did a lot more simulated situations and more thinking outside the box in terms of what might that look like. I think education has changed so dramatically, and we have so much now available to young studiers that you do have the opportunity to link and layer your learning from the classroom, from your education facility, and then into wonderful situations like WorldSkills competition, like movies, film sets, and you're allowing that transfer of knowledge. So it just makes you a much more competent skill expert. In terms of classes or courses that helped me a lot for our particular beauty area, I would definitely say things like anatomy and physiology. Whilst they sound like a very dry content, and they are quite heavy and they are quite deep, what helps succeed with that is it gets you into a lot more of the advanced beauty techniques, which if we think about nowadays, we are moving, our facials now come with electrical machinery. We have high performance, high power products, varying treatments. The evolution of the way we do things is changing, and that landscape is moving so readily. So I believe if you have good, sound, foundational knowledge, no matter what the changes, no matter the product, no matter the impacts, you bury back to that origin and that learning that you felt competent about, and you're able to adapt and move no matter what the landscape might look like. If I think about a skill that maybe I might have liked to learn earlier, I would say definitely business management and marketing. Looking at now what was back then, you would pop a flyer in somebody's letterbox, or you might put something in a newsletter at a school to promote your business, and we know now that it's all social media, internet, all sorts of digital platforms. So I believe something around business management and marketing, and obviously nowadays it would be digi-skills. I think those could be excellent advantages that would help your skill set area, particularly in our space. Showing your potential clients your before and after successes. Even for you as a student or competitor, being able to podcast or video your progress, and being able to look at areas that you can develop and further benefit from watching back on things that you could adapt or change would be beneficial. And with that, how I stay updated is by continuous professional development. So I touched on that a little bit before by saying I still do a lot of educational learning. But the one thing I really like to do that directly correlates with our skill area is professional development. So attending industry events, workshops, beauty expos, participating in a lot of training programs. I love to mentor. I love to add wherever I can a sprinkle of expertise and years of knowledge. And I think that the more you continue to do that, it's only better in your own skill set, but you actually grow as an individual in the skill, but also too for what you want for the future. All right, so if you want to get into this field, what might be some of the training or education that I might suggest? Obviously, pursuing a very comprehensive beauty therapy diploma, one that is with a reputable registered training organisation, and perhaps even one that offers things like the apprenticeship or an internship type program. Nowadays, there is those opportunities available, so where you can jump into that real world activity, as I said, and be able to layer and link your learning so that the content makes a bit more sense, and helps stretch you as an individual. I think where you can problem solve and critical think, and definitely WorldSkills is an area where you're pushed to those parameters because of the rigorous constraints of the competition. It's only an advantage to you. So again, looking at reputable places that will help you with those opportunities. If I look back at my career journey, which is the next little bit I want to touch on, my first job in the field was actually in a spa in Victoria, in the foothills of the Dandenongs. So if anybody knows where that is, beautiful and bush and rainforest, very spa, therapy and beauty appropriate. I learned the importance there of client relationships and definitely affecting teaching methods when I was dealing with staff. So whilst you'll do your course and you might be a fantastic skill expert, it's then linking that ability to the opportunities that present to you, obviously for moving forward in the industry. Any big career moments for me that stand out? Wow. Definitely being involved with WorldSkills. I've really enjoyed that journey. I've crossed various states and still been very involved. Another big area was being able to go to Singapore and do some beauty international mapping for an education component, which was a really exciting opportunity. I've also been very fortunate to be nominated for various teaching awards for different significant milestones. As I said, I've had the capacity to work on a few movie sets. I've had lots of rewarding aspects, too hard to list it all, and I'm often not one to talk about my successes. I believe that seeing my successes in what my students achieve, and definitely the competitors. I feel that those are the moments that we live for as teachers and education experts. In terms of mentors and people that I've looked up to, I would say my first mentors are my parents. I would say my sisters, and definitely a few of the teachers from TAFE. I don't think that you forget the people that were there for you when you couldn't quite grasp the skill or you couldn't quite nail a specific part, and it's time and practice and repetition, and it's those people that are there when you're down as well as when you're up. So for me, those key people, I feel, and definitely my family and closest friends, always provided that appropriate guidance, support or valuable insight at that time that helped me sort of shape where I am today. So I feel very, very fortunate. Some lucky breaks I've sort of touched on already. Moving to the Gold Coast about 15 years ago, I was able to be exposed to Movie World and other opportunities in coordinating beauty projects. We've been part of some of the Academy and Actor Awards, opportunities with various other institutions that have really, really helped shape my career development. But again, still having that capacity to be a front-facing mentor, an advocate and a beauty passionate. I always say I'm proud, passionate and paid up beauty therapist for our skill area and our industry. I love being a very positive ambassador for our industry, and I think that I've been very fortunate with some of the opportunities that have been presented. So I think in answer to that too, keep your options open, always jump if you can. Sometimes we need to be pushed a little, and being put in our out of our comfort zone can often be a learning opportunity or a door opens. So I encourage you to look for those opportunities if they are presented, and sometimes pushing yourself when it's not comfortable is where we get the best learning. So I believe I've definitely done that in my career if I was to go back and reflect. In terms of job roles and how they've changed and what I like most about my job, I feel that the job's definitely evolved from very hands-on beauty therapy education to more driven by sharing our knowledge and expertise. As I said, very much the digital space and looking at opportunities to leverage learning. I believe that's a way that we're moving forward, but I believe it's developing a more competent and confident therapist. I really feel that what we're seeing now and what's out in industry is definitely ever improving, which is really nice to see. I really like helping my students achieve their goals and witnessing their growth and success. As I said, for me, they are the most exciting moments when I see a student at the start and get to watch them toward the end in their journey. And then witnessing them in that industry space, I think keeps our work very exciting and fulfilling, because I believe their success becomes ultimately our success. Which moves us nicely into a little section on what some of the skills might be for success. I think if I was to summarise it, I would say the top tips, tricks and ticks would be, or techniques as well, would be that strong communication, you know, an openness and willingness to do continuous learning, be very client focused, and obviously when it turns to education, be student focused, and try to look at reflective practices, so through a student lens, because I believe that's where you get that best essential quality in terms of looking for success. And develop the skills continuously. I think by the things we've already mentioned, so that professional development, pop yourself into mentor programs, be a mentor, various communication and leadership skills. If there are opportunities to jump in those sorts of spaces and get some extra professional development, I would definitely involve yourself in those. And networking with other people in industry is another big thing. We are a big industry, yet we're a very small industry. We're very personal care and services. So, you know, I believe that leveraging yourself across different states with different faces, different people and places puts you in good stead for a long-term journey. And I feel for the best part I've done that. I have some wonderful, wonderful colleagues in various states of Australia, and I feel very fortunate as I start to tick into my, I don't like to say out loud because then I feel like it puts an age to me, but my nearly 30 years in industry, and which is very exciting to say that I've been in that one space in that one time, but it just cements how much I love it. And that's all I can say about that. I feel that's something that's, yeah, for me, it's pretty huge.
Tell me a little bit about your skin.
You have some juicy pimples we get to work on.
Is there anything you want to focus on today?
I can't seem to find the thing that works.
We're going to do an exfoliating treatment on you today.
Take a big deep breath.
Your skin is actually very healthy. It just needs a little bit of love.
It feels loved already.